And I want to welcome those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons, and Motor Mania TV powered by Weldon High Performance. You have now reached the second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by Saxon Sons Incorporated, here in beautiful Maple Grove Raceway in Pennsylvania, southeast Pennsylvania. Absolutely gorgeous day for drag racing here. We are getting very, very close to being able to run round number one. Our bye run for round one is going to be with his 1456 entry, the first guy that won Trip Zip today, and that is Ted Miley in the 60 wagon. Ted, on your 1456 entry, you'll be sitting on the potential bye. So congratulations for the largest vehicle on the property. That thing weighs more than some of the vehicles on some of the motorhomes on property. So, Ted, congratulations. You're sitting on the bye with that run. And at this time, we will take doubles to the staging lanes. Doubles. We need you to the lanes at this time to say round one elimination call. Doubles. Need you to the lanes. Since 2006, Chris Culp at Dick's Radiator has been building the coolest radiators around. They can build custom copper brass radiators you'd like from scratch, or he can repair your old unit. Not only that, Dick's Radiator can also do more than just cars. They also do motorcycles, farm equipment, industrial equipment, heater cores, and even planes. Running an aluminum radiator and have a leak? Don't freak out, man. Dick's Radiator can repair your aluminum radiator too. Best yet, they're racer-owned business. You can catch Chris in the lanes with one of his cars here, either the Cuda or the Arrow. So if you need help staying cool, give Dick's Radiator a call at 610-323-0860. Daryl Tillman Realty Group Friday coming at you. Here very shortly, we have called round one to the staging lanes. One Sky Media Webcasters round number one to the staging lanes. We are calling doubles. Doubles to the lanes, please. Doubles. We need doubles to the lanes. Say round one elimination call. So again, had a bit of spillage, and we are taking care of that right now. So of course we go live on Motor Mania and immediately to downtime. Trish to the rescue. So again, we want to welcome everybody watching, again, the House of Chaos here in southeast Pennsylvania. Billy's at Mountain, Pennsylvania. Technically, it says Mountain, Pennsylvania. We're the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. Downtown Plowville. Yeah, there's a lot of farms around here, and there's a, if you like straight, flat roads, you're out of luck here. You see Trish down there walking in the sticky stuff with them open-toed shoes. A good way to lose your shoes, lady. Just saying. So apparently down on the corner at the turnoff, we got a bit of a mess we got to get cleaned up. Just have a few cars left in time trials. Remember why we have that quiet moment? We do have t-shirts for sale, event shirts for sale down below in 3 colors. My favorite being the pink. $20 for an event shirt, great deal. And as I've always said, you can never have too many racing t-shirts. So make sure you go down there and stock up. $20 gets you the event t-shirt for the 2nd annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout presented by Sachs & Sons Incorporated. Also, while we're quiet, for those of you that are out there that are regular buys normally carry, buys will not carry this weekend. Buys will not, N-O-T, carry. So for those of you wondering, if you get the buy, if you earn the buy and get the buy, then on that number you're not eligible to get the buy again. If you get the buy and do not get the buy, but if you win, you're eligible to get it on that number later on. So you can earn it, not get it, and then maybe earn it later on. That, again, can make a pretty big difference later in the day. And that's the other reason why we want you to make sure that in between each of your passes, if you're doubled up, make sure that you're changing your number on the regular, because you can earn buy runs on both of those entries. And I have seen it enough times where it's worked out for a guy, and then when it hasn't worked out for a guy because they didn't change their number. So the possibility is if you are, again, car number 323 and L323, you can earn it on both those numbers. Again, we had just a few time trials left, and then we had a little bit of a mess. So we are cleaning that mess up. So it looks like we got it cleaned up. Again, we got a couple of time trials left over. And maybe Marty's down there abusing Shane, but then again, who doesn't? Terry Sachs, Sachs and Sons, sponsored Camaro. Talk about racer-owned businesses. His first-gen Camaro, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, Penske side. Sachs, 675 at 92 miles an hour, 616. Penske side, 114. And I believe our last time trial, Marty Flegel. Ephrata, Pennsylvania, right down the road, down 222. When I used to stay in Denver for some of the races, I'd have to go to Ephrata to eat. Marty 5 to the good. Straight down the racetrack, 565, 122. So that's going to be it for time trials. And we have cars in the lanes ready to go here. We have called doubles to the lanes. Doubles should be in the lanes.
perfect girl. She's from another world. She puts a smile on my face and takes me to outer space. She takes me higher, now I'm losing ground. Starlight shines over you tonight, oh tonight. 'Cause in the city night, she makes me see that I see the light. 'Cause in the city night, she makes me see that I see the light.
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, powered by Weldon High Performance and brought to you by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Son, we'd like to welcome you to the second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by Saxon Sons Incorporated. We are at Darrell Tillman Realty Friday, getting ready to rock and roll with round number one, brought to you by the One Sky Webmasters, One Sky Media Webmasters. But before we do that, first of all, we will start with our invocation. Giving out the invocation will be the guy who has become the voice of Maple Grove. He's got the flying fingers this weekend over there in the clocks, but hopefully we can get him over here a little bit later on Motor Mania to call some laps. Ladies and gentlemen, doing our invocation, Billy Kleinspan. Billy?
Thank you, Ron. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we'd like to thank the JBrothers Promotions, Maple Grove Raceway, the Koretsky Family, and the entire Maple Grove Raceway staff for promoting this event and giving everybody a safe track today. Lord, we continue to bless all of our racers for a safe racing this weekend. Lord, we continue to bless the friends up in Canada as they continue to battle with the wildfires up there. Lord, we continue to thank and bless each of our hometown heroes for giving the great country that we live in and providing the freedom to allow us to do what we love to do. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Billy. And ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Ivy Hutto. Thank you once again, everybody that's made their way here to Maple Grove Raceway for the second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by Sax and Sons Incorporated Construction. We are ready for round number one of our Darrell Tillman Realty Group Friday. Daryl and Lisa Tillman are the proud owners of Daryl Tillman Realty Group, the real estate team. They have 90 years combined experience in the real estate world. Daryl Tillman Realty Group is made of 10 select full-time realtors and 2 full-time assistants that are available to help you with your home buying or selling needs whenever and wherever you need them. As a family-oriented business, Daryl and Lisa understand the importance of dedication, hard work, and going the extra mile to provide you the best service possible. So whether you're a first-time home buyer or an experienced seller, you can trust Daryl Tillman Realty Group to provide you with the highest level of expertise and service in every real estate transaction. You already know this is another drag race your own business. Catch Daryl in his beautiful black Corvette in the lanes. Contact the Tillman Realty Group, Daryl Tillman Realty Group, to learn more about how they can help you achieve your real estate goals. 610-985-0224 or at daryltillman.com. Our first pair coming around the corner from the point to the box. Again, we have called doubles to the lanes. Let's get blue. Round 1, blue. Doubles and blue will take you the lanes at this time. Lots of racing to go today. Daryl Tillman Realty Group main event, $5,000 to win. Krins Automotive Gamblers coming up later on, $2,000 to win. And our 32-car high roller shootout, $6,000 winner take all coming up tonight. And then after that's all done, which y'all won't see on Motor Mania, but will be a good time. It was a good time last year, will be the Allenbach Racing Tug of War. 3-person teams. You can sign up at the base of the tower. Team Yount won it last year, but right now our first pair, round 1, run 1, day 1, Everett Foley in the Duster. Berkshire, Pennsylvania, against Pete Bushnell from Manchester, Connecticut, the 1989 Mustang. 6:45 dial in for Bushnell, 7:43 for Foley. True start in effect. Don't need it there, 18 to 11, 7-pound difference. And it's going to be Foley, 18-0, gets the win light. Bushnell was 11, he took 11. Needed to take 4 or less. Foley did not make it easy for him. Great pass there by Pete Bushnell. But Foley gets the win. Scott Smith, Matt Richeza, the 93 Mustang out of Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Cheesed out in 581, Scott Smith of 740, same numbers, different order on reaction. Chez is going to be out of it and getting the win light. 587, 110, 25 and 6 over gets the W. Folks, round 1 doesn't go the way you were hoping to. Re-entry can be purchased at the base of the tower, outside of the base. How about this matchup? Andy Anderson, 571 dial in to the 843 for Rocco Ciccone Jr. in the Mustang. 002 red for Rocco. Andy with the freebie. 572 with a 5 and a 17 light on the 571. Rocco, 2 thou red, 846 on the 843. And they're doing the streetcar sweep. The modern computer-controlled, fuel-injected, catalytic converted rides, they have a tendency to leave a little moisture. They make the track moist. The funny thing is my sister listens in sometimes. She hates that word too. That's why I do it. But if it tortures you, Trish, that's good too. Tim Hum in the 85 Mazda RX-7 against Jamie Talbert. Talbert out of Taneytown, Maryland. Dialed 850, 642 for Hum. Starting line advantage going to go to the orange S10. Hum got to do some work. Can't get it done. Talbert, 10th margin of victory, gets the W over Hum. Wayne Skelly and Michael Block. Skelly dialed in 6:47 in the Blazer. Thomasville, Pennsylvania. Michael Block out of Connecticut, the 95 Mustang, 7:65. Fourth out between them at the start line. Good side-by-side race. Oh, Block took 24, need to take 23 or less. Breaks out by a thou. Win light going to go to Skelly. Gets behind, gets the W. 6:48 with a 9 on the 47. Block, again, a thou under his 7:65 dial in. Next up, Ernie Zagars, 1992 Corvette. 6:25 dial in, almost heads up with Dave Dissinger, 6:27. Zagars way early on the let go. That'll be a freebie for Dissinger, 30 with to the good, and 6:27, 108 miles an hour. Again, folks, re-entry can be purchased at the base of the tower. Re-entry is like round 1.5. If you win the re-entry round, you go to round 2. If you don't win the re-entry round, you go to the cooler on that entry. Corey up the graph in the Malibu, 6:10 dial in. Going to be given an ever so slight head start to Mike Franek, dialed in 6:20 in the Dart on the Lucas Oil side. Mike's got a 3 hundo in his pocket. And the win light over there. How about a dead-on 6 pass for him? Up to graph, broke out by 13th thou, was still behind by 13th thou. Frank Monfiore Jr. This battle of S10s. Both square-fronted, both out of New Jersey. Frank dialed in 663 to a 683 for Tom Scrifignano. He's in the gray machine. Both from New Jersey, both square fronts, both close on reaction time. Finish line comes up, double breakout one light for Frank Monfiore Jr. He's 5 thou under his 663. Scriff was 14 thou under his 683 dial. Next up, Brent Miles, S10. Couple great looking rides down there. 563 dialing. Kyle Core, one of the many beautiful Coors Customs rides out here this weekend, out 625. One Sky Media Webmasters round number 1 coming at you. This line comes up, win light gonna go to Core. 15 dead 8. Again, we've called doubles and blue to the lanes, please. Doubles and blue. Jimmy Sachs, Sachs and Sons. Now then, 553, Jeremy Stoker. Elkton, Maryland, dialed in a 644 in the Camaro. Sachs piloting the NAR racing ride. Turns it red. 5 to the good for Stoker does Sachs, so Stoker will be your winner. 5 dead 6, 11 pack for Jeremy Stoker. Dave Miller, the Nova, here on the Penske side. Keith Lehman's Hammer Time Camaro. Halifax, Pennsylvania, Lucas Oil side. advantage, Miller. Win light, Miller. 8 thou margin at the finish line. Lehman broke out by 9 thou to be that close. We've called doubles. We've called blue. Let's get red. Red, doubles, blue, and red have been called for round number 1. We are moving at a pretty good clip here, kids. Bob DeYoung, Ellington, Connecticut, 73 Camaro, against Nick Bauman. Bauman in the Duster. Gibsonia, Pennsylvania, 676 for Bauman. He'll be your winner. 500s at the start line, just about 500s at the finish line as well for Bauman. Kevin Spencer, Cohowingo, Maryland. That's a fun one. Cohowingo. Up against Nick Beeler out of Douglasville, Pennsylvania, which is not nearly as fun to say as Cohowingo. Beeler dialed in 773, 78 El Camino. And the winner going to be Kevin Spencer. Beeler 2 thou too soon at the hit. Cohowingo 632 with a 7 on the 33 on the freebie. $60 re-entry, folks, get you in. If round 1 doesn't go the way you want it to, get you into the re-entry round for the chance to get back at for that $5,000. Mike Barbone, 1980 Malibu. Jonathan Gagnon, Pleasant Valley, Connecticut, 1965 Dart. I was right. John was good. Barbone was better at the hit. 5 to a 22. It's going to be Barbone getting the win light. 7 thou margin of victory. 65 with a 7 on the 663 to 5 light. 40 with a 7 on the 739 and a 22 for Gagnon. 7 thou behind. Tony DiLeonardo from Williamstown, New Jersey. You know, a little 4i 79 Mustang, first year for that Fox body Mustang. 665 dial in. Kenny Garofalo going to be chasing him out of Jackson, New Jersey in the Nova. True start comes to play. DiLeonardo will be your winner. 662 on the 665 and a 2 red, but 17 red for Garofalo gets him 630 with a 4 and the 630 in the process. Rory Krupp out of Reading, Pennsylvania, and Kevin Core. Another one of the Core's Customs rides. It's super clean, 71 Demon. If you've got a Mopar or you want to get it restored to the nth degree, that's probably the guys you really want to send it to at this point. You'll see every one of they got 3 cars out here today, and they're all spectacular rides. Krupp's little S10, always in the late rounds. Oh, he's going to have to go to re-entry if he wants to get that one in the late round. Turns at 10 thou red. Core 698 with a 5 on the 99 at a 14 light. They know how to bottom road race up here in the Northeast, in case y'all haven't noticed. Mark Schwall, New Ringgold, Pennsylvania. 1985 Kawasaki. Yeah, we got 2-wheelers. Up against one of the toughest dudes out there off the bottom. That is Denny McCloskey, 70 Firebird out of New Jersey. Also one of the prettiest rides out there. Again, we've called doubles, we've called blue, and we've called red. Round 1 elimination call. 6 to a 16. Advantage going to go to Schwall at the hit, but McCloskey gets the win. How about that? 16, dead 1 gets the win. 6 and 16 thou over. Not good enough for Mark Schwall. Again, doubles, blue and red, need you there for round 1. Doubles, blue, and red. for round one. Mike Licata, 1938 Chevy, dialed in at 576, 604 for Steve McMillan. Doubles, blue, red, and green. Advantage going to go to McMillan. And Winlight going to go to McMillan. Eric Bendekovitz and Kyle Robb. Finish line comes up, double breakout, win light, going to go to Robb. He's a thou under to 7 thou under for Bendekovitz. Hey, we have a racer in need. Need an 80 thousandths wall, 9.5 push rod for a big block Chevrolet. 80 thousandths wall, 9.5 push rod for a big block Chevy. Racer in need. If you can get that, Joe Dedrick, or you can bring it up to race control, either way. Get it to Joe Dedrick. He will get it to where it needs to go, or get it to race control. That's a 80 thousandths wall, 9.5 push rod for a big block Chevrolet, please and thank you. Evan Paust and Ray Barlow. 1 thou between them at the hit. Finish line comes up. Win light is going to go to Evan Paust. 2 thou margin of victory, 43 dead 6. Beats the 44 dead 7. That's that math thing. Chris Gagne, the Isuzu Hombre pickup truck. 623 dial in against Dan Wally, dialed in at a 6 flat in the Disco Nova. 1976 vintage out of Reading. Gagne way out in front. Another double breakout win light, this time for Gagne. 17th thou under. Wally was a little over 200s under. Rob Zetterberg. Zetterberg, 86 Monte Carlo, advanced tree service ride out of New Jersey. Up against Ted Miley, 1960 Chevrolet wagon, Chalfont, Pennsylvania, sitting on the potential buy in his other ride, 726. I tell you, he is on point to start line. Hard. Saw a little bit of a hesitation at the hit. Now, that's the second time he's had that issue. Ran 749 again, but will not be good enough for the word. Zetterberg going to be your winner. Mike Greiner, Manheim, Pennsylvania. Mike in the Chevelle. Coming against Richard Side in the West Springfield, Massachusetts based ride. Seidel. Two thou too soon for Seidel. Win light going to go to Greiner. We'll take green run stickers. Green, doubles, blue, red, and green. This is a round one call. Come on with it. Wade Kubicki. Kubicki from Yardsville, New Jersey. 1972 Maverick. 619 dial in for him. Tyler Weicker out of Columbia, New Jersey. 89 S-Dime, he likes to call it. Advanced tree service ride. Dialed in 595, going to be waiting on Kubicki in the Maverick. And another 2,000 red light. That's common in this first round. Going to hand the win light over to Wade Kubicki. 617 with a 7 on the 619. 110 gets the W. Mark Ketterer, Battle of Mopars coming up here. Ketterer, 1978 Dodge Aspen. Rolling with a Gen 3 Hemi under the hood. $738 dial-in for Mark against Kyle Murray, Southampton, New Hampshire. 1995 Dodge Dakota. Rolling with a 640 on the winder. Actually on the dial-in board behind him. Both guys put it in deep. One down between the two of them, 14 to a 15. Finish line comes up, win light on the breakout, going to go to Kyle Murray, gets behind and watches Ketterer trip with a 4th breakout. Ketterer took 13, needed to take 9 or less. $5,000 red on the Lucas Oil side. Excuse me, on the Penske side, Lucas Oil side will be your winner. 668 on the 662. Nathan Mendenhall has had a pretty good start to his year. Parksburg, Pennsylvania-based S10. Fifth-gen Camaro piloted by Mike Tell. Franklin Township, New Jersey, the home base. Again, folks, I've called round one doubles, blue, red, and green. Need to be in the lanes if you're for your round one. Oopsie. Mike Tell, a little late letting go. Should be, will be Nathan Mendenhall getting the win light. Ed Bendekovitz. Bendekovitz from Coopersburg, Pennsylvania, 68 Camaro. Kyle Gockley here from Mountain, Pennsylvania. Right down the road, dialed 589. And Kyle leaves a little early. That'll get the freebie, 661 on the 660. Kyle early at both ends of the racetrack. Next up, Stephen Dickey, Ralph Finney. Finney was 35 red, Stephen 16 red behind him. Stephen's going to get the win on that match. 624 with a 9 on the 625. And 16 red Finney, 711 with a 6 on the 712, and 35 early. Jeff Allenbach, Boyertown, Pennsylvania. Up against Ken Bossett out of Maryland, driving the Camaro. Allenbach got a hundo in the pocket. And the win light, 641 with a 5 on the 640. Bossett got there first. Had a little bit of room, just took too much. 664 with a 4 on the 667. Look at this matchup. This could be the finals matchup anywhere. And here they are in round one, Soggy Dunn. 623 dial in Pottstown, PA. The Camaro up against Marty Flegel, Ephrata, Pennsylvania, down 5-67. 21-12, it's a great rush on it. It's also the reaction times on this pass. Win light by 9/10,000ths of a second, going to go to Soggy Dunn. 624 with a 4 on the 23 and a 12 light beats the 21 dead 5 on the 567 for Marty Flegel. Great drag race. Well, you'd expect it from those guys. Next up, Bobby Pipp, the Mustang from Palmer, Pennsylvania. 740 dial in, 608 for Kevin Mendenhall. B&M Performance out of Parksburg, Pennsylvania. Eighth hour early for Bobby Pipp. Mendenhall be here. Looking to enhance your online presence? Look no further than One Sky Media Webmasters. They offer a wide range of top-notch services designed to help your business thrive in the digital realm. Web design and development? Need a stunning website that captivates your audience? One Sky Media Webmasters' talented team of designers and developers will create a visually appealing and user-friendly website that aligns perfectly with your brand. They also work with search engine optimization. One Sky Media optimize your website structure, content, and keywords to improve your rankings and drive targeted visitors to your site, as well as content creation, where they offer professional content creation services, including blog posts, articles, graphics to help you communicate and message effectively, and much more. You can always find owner John Oppenheimer zooming around the track on the scooter, or even on rare occasions in his 77 Vega wagon in the lanes. Go to oneskymedia.com today to get your website built. Dan Casey, Jen and Yarnall. Casey, former NHRA world champ in pro. We got like 3 of them on property, at least 3 or 4 or 5 or 40, I don't know. He gets the win light, 21 dead 8. Jenna was a little late, then a little early at the finish line. Dennis Kessler, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. 1972 Duster. Rolling up with a 570 dial in. Wyatt Kubicki in the Mustang, Yardville, New Jersey. Dialed in 592. One Sky Media round number 1. Continuing on. Kessler to big starting line advantage for the Mopar. He gets the win light, 71 with a 0 on the 570. And an 11 light for Kessler, 47 dead 5 for Kubicki, gets him 300s plus behind. Gerard Hamlick, Hampton Bays, New York, dialed in 615. Coming against Dylan Moyer in the 70 dart. The dart will get the win light. Hamlick pulls the trigger 14th hour early. Moyer, 18 to the good, dead 3. Nice pass. Jana Embley, Team EFR. Again, our water being provided by Team EFR this weekend. Want to thank Embley Family Racing for doing that. Always an enthusiastic bunch, to say the very least. Kurt Holland out of Whitehall, Pennsylvania. 79 Camaro. Holland a little early on the let go. That's why we have re-entry. Kurt's a bad dude. I'm sure we'll see that entry back in re-entry. 47 light and 66 with a 2 on the 769 for Jana. 8 red dead, 7 for Kurt Holland. Mark Pettit Demange, Oxford, Pennsylvania. Driving the Nova this weekend. 630 dial-in for Mark, 36 dial-in for Mark. Against a long-time tough guy out here at Maple Grove, that is Denny Renninger. Leesport, Pennsylvania, the 84 Olds. Huge wheelie out to about the 100-foot mark for Mark, but he's 200s in the hole, gets the win like Renninger, took 36, took 1 thou too many. Mark Pettit Demange, your winner, 37 with the 3 on the 636, 105 miles an hour. Doubles if you have not come back for your second one, make sure you're doing so. Tom Scrifignano in his truck once again, dialed 681, 708 for Bob Hoffman in the third gen Camaro. Three thou early for Hoffman. Scripps 15 to the good. Goes 680 with a 4 on the 681. Hoffman was 300s over the dial. Jerry Kissinger, Burnville, Pennsylvania, the 70 Maverick, dialed 655. Against the Road Barrel Orange Nova, Randy Bronowell, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Ever so slight advantage going to Bronowell. Wind light going there too, dead on 7, getting the wind light, 651 light. 651 dialed at 651.7. 657.9 on the 55 for Kissinger. Jeannie Northrup, Pipersville, Pennsylvania, 67th Camaro. 589 dial-in. Mike Nessinger, Stevens, Pennsylvania, the 1965 Chevy Nova wagon. Nessinger in the world of hurt. Should be Jeannie. Will be Jeannie. 595 the 7 on the 89. Next up, Greg Leifkin in the Nova, dialed in 664. Hopefully, by the way, I know we were asking for an 80 thou wall, 9.5 push rod for a big block Chevy. Hopefully we found that. If not, could somebody help? Check with Joe Dedrick. Trish Witt, Westchester, Pennsylvania, in the Jed's car. 578 dial and no-box 660 shootout ride. Going against Greg Leifkin's 72 Nova. Well, looks like we got her fixed. And she got a win light. How about that? Couldn't get down the racetrack good the first 2 times. 13 dead, 5 for Trish. Greg Leifkin a little late in a 65 with an 8 on the 64, does not get it done. Alan Young out of Stevens, Pennsylvania, the Roadster dialed 607. Against Stacy Judy Ort, dialed 588. That's what you're supposed to do. She saw the dial-in was not right, or a crew member did. Stayed back there, got the attention of an official. And got it right. Should be. Oh, Stacy. Win light going to go to Alan Yount, who was late, but well, the win light's still there. Oofta. Tony Hersey out of Marietta, Pennsylvania, the Dakota, against Joe Theodore in the Monza out of Washington, New Jersey. Part of Team EFR, identical reaction times. Win light going to go to Hershey. 4th thou margin of victory over Theodore. 650 with a 4 on the 49. Beats the 94 with an 8 on the 593 for Joe. Tim Hum. Nope, Joe Harrison. 85 Mazda sharing Tim Hum's car with him. Against Robert Reinert out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. Good looking little 66 Nova. Advantage for the former home of a rotary motor. That's going to be Joey Harrison getting the win. 12th thou under the 642. Gets the win light with the 18 light. Gets there first, gets the W. Double breakout win light as Robert Reinert, 27th thou under his 655 dial in. Sage Emily out of Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania, the 71. Oh, nope, the Camaro dialed in with the Krins Automotive ride. 616 dialing. Krins Automotive sponsoring our Gamblers race later this evening. The regular Gamblers race, not the high roller. Up against Paul Werner, Sinking Springs, Pennsylvania. Scotch Transmission sponsored ride. Oof. Werner was good. Embley was better. 001, 17 with a 5 on the 616. Werner 22 dead 7. That'll win you a lot of rounds, just not that one. Michael Beard, Tanya Sprague, 1 foul between them at the starting line. Finish line comes up, double breakout win light for Beard. 87 with a 3 on the 690. 101 miles an hour, Sprague, 733 with a 2 on the 37. Both of them well under the dial in. Beard will take that double breakout W in the staging light ride and continue on. Jeremy Kleinfelder going to get the win as John Nugent turns it red in the 72 Chevelle. So the GMC Sonoma, or S15, excuse me, gets the win light. Next pair up. Greg Myers, Myers Heating and Cooling, 69 Camaro. Donnell, New Jersey, 664 dial in for Myers. Myers family, big supporters of the bracket racing. They love racing. Love being out here with the bunch. Tom Halford, Allentown, Pennsylvania, 3rd gen ride. Hoffer breaks out by a bunch. Win light going to go to Greg Myers. 33 dead 5 as Hoffer 700s under the dial in. Next up, another one of the Saxon Sons machines. 653 dial in, Lucas Oil Sign. John Holloway going to be your winner as Sax turns it red by 13th out. Yellow. This means we've called everybody for round 1. Yellow needs you to the staging lanes. We are rolling. Frank Monfori from Monroe Township, New Jersey, 1016 dial in the Camry. Against C.J. Ketterer dialed in 804, and it's going to be Ketterer getting the win as Frank turns it red. 8:02 on the 8:04, 10:20 on the 10:16 for Frank. Just a cool ride, man. Gotta love it. If you're watching on Motor Mania TV, powered by Weldon High Performance and brought to you this weekend by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Son, gotta love this beautiful Super B of Dennis Core's custom ride. The detail on this thing is unbelievable. Now it's 682, 742 for Scott Smith in the Malibu. Finish line coming out. Win light will go to Scott Smith. 46 of the 0 on the 742, and a 3 light gets it done. Core just 100th over the dial, but a little further away on reaction time. Got to think that one of the Core's cars got to be possibly in line for our best appearing this weekend. Next pair at the starting line, the Mustang of Shannon Fordyce. 623 dial in for Fordyce, up against another one of the Core's Customs rides. The Demon, piloted by Kevin Core out of Myerstown, Pennsylvania. 698 dial in. Advantage Core. Win light Core 7 flat on the 698. 90 miles an hour, eases on through as Fordyce was 51 of the tree and 400ths over at the finish line. Nick Beeler and Jamie Talbert coming up next. Talbert up for his second hit. Beeler, I believe, as well. Beeler, Douglasville, Pennsylvania, 78 El Camino. 774 dial in. Talbert dialed 849 and all over that tree, man. 006 and a 10th over gets the win light over Beeler. Closes it down to 3 thousandths at the finish line. Andy Purcell coming up next at Sweet Willie's. Big old wing on it, 571 dialing against Matt Richeza's Mustang, dialed 583. Start line, finish line comes up, going to be the win light going to the Willies. 2,000 margin of victory. I think Cheza might have given that one back a little bit. Purcell goes around in 575 at 120 miles an hour in the 71. Richeza 500s over his 583 dial in and 2 thou behind. Kyle Core 625 dial in for Core. No-Box 660 Shootout, Chevelle, Kessinger. Five to 13, great drag race, advantage Core. Win light, double breakout win light goes to Core. He took the finish line by 1/10,000th of a second. But was going to win due to the lesser breakout anyway. 5 thou under the 625 to 13 thou under Penske side. Brent Miles, Honeybrook, the home base, dialed 564 against Scott Dreyer. The Chevette dialed in a 575. Injected ride. Going to be your winner. Let's reach to a 578, 117. 6 red dead, 3 for Miles on the 564 dial. Going to have to think about re-entry again. Remember, the re-entry buybacks can be purchased at the base of the tower, right outside, right where you see the t-shirts, the free donuts, and the coffee. James Young, Advanced Tree Service, 70 Camaro. 652 dial and almost heads up with the 73 of Wayne Buckwalter. Buckwalter is going to get the win because James left 3 thou early. Keith Lehman, Ernie Sagars, and Keith, hammer time, hammered it a little early. Goes red, win light for Sagars, 24 with the 9 on the 628. Gets the win light on the Penske side of the racetrack. There's another former NHRA national champion, that is Butch Weinreich, Rosedale, Maryland, the 74 Dart. Little back up, little dry hop because Butch rolls like that. He's old school. Kenny Garofalo, Jackson, New Jersey, 72 Nova. 630 dial into the 740 for Butch. Trips. Folks, your first 000 of eliminations. Kenny Garofalo. He is a winner, courtesy of, I believe, ATI. We will have a prize for you. Charles Butch Weinrich, 12, 300's over. Thanks for playing. Brandon Skelly, Zach Zimmerman, your next pair, identical reaction times. The Roofless Ride gets the win light, 79 with a 2 on the 76. He's ruthless, man. He is your winner. Again, Kenny Garofalo, we do have a prize for you. Harvey Philomene Jr. down 538 to a 742 for Everett Foley. Philomene got work to do. He's going to get the win light as Foley had it to the wood trying to stay ahead and gets beat. 41 with an 8 on the 42. Took 91, needed to take 89 or less. Philomene will be your winner. 52 and 500's over. Corey Maloney, Ford Probe out of Maryland, down in 585. 665 for David Wolfinger, Reamstown, Pennsylvania. Advantage to the Ford. Drives out to the right, drives it back in, goes too quick by 14th out, win light, David Wolfinger. Folks, again, we've called all of first round. We have called all of first round. Again, for those of you looking to do re-entry, the re-entry buybacks, you need to go see the young ladies at the base of the tower. And all that will be taken care of outside the tower. You'll see where the T-shirts are and everything. They're taking care of it there. So here we go with Aaron Tim and Dan Wally. Wally out of Reading, dialed in 598, 1976. Nova going to be leaving second, chasing down the 67 Camaro. Aaron Tim dialed in 666. Moulton, Pennsylvania, the home base. Double red lights. Aaron went 4 red, Wally went 2 red, and the win light is going to go to Dan Wally. $5.99 with a 3 on the 98, 109 miles an hour. Steve McMillan, Oxford, Pennsylvania, dialed in 607 to 661 for Ken Bossett. Bossett's Camaro out of Maryland. Boy, McMillan all over him by 400s at the start line. Gonna be your winner. 008, 609 with a 4 on the 607 for McMillan. Bossett 48 and 4 over his 661 dial on a 665. Pete Bushnell, Manchester, Connecticut, back for his second try against Kevin Spicer, Conowingo, Maryland. Spencer in this battle of Fox bodies. Bushnell advantage, and the green machine gets the win lights. Gets the green light to go to round 2 on that entry. 6:45 with an 8 on the 45 and a 16 light. Spencer broke out by 23 thou with 17 thou behind. Jeremy Stoker, his 69 Camaro dialed 644. Mike Licata back up the second hit, 1938 Chevrolet out of Blue Point, New York, dialed 577. That is all hot rod. Shoot, wheelie bars, jewelry. Gotta love it. And he's 001 for Licata. 74 with an 8 on the 577. Frank Maffiori, dialed 662, Edison, New Jersey, and Andrew Bacuto, South Plainfield, New Jersey. 9th thou in the pocket, and the win light. Gets behind, gets the W. 663 of the 5 on the 662 and the 17 light. Bercudo got there first by 20. He had 4th thou to work with. Not much, but he had some. Final call for round one. Final call for round one. We're running out of cars. Final call for round one, please. Mike Barbone and Ray Barlow. Barlow with the start line advantage. Barlow with the win light, 618 with a 101 miles an hour on the 616. At 5,000 at the start line, 7th out the finish line, Barbone. 666 with the 3 on the 64. Melanie Sue, Reading, Pennsylvania, part of S10 Nation, dialed 626. Coming up against Mike Tell's 5th Gen Camaro out of Franklin Township, dialed in 705. Advantage. Well, win light's going to go to Murphy because Tell turned it red. .628 with a 2 on the 26 for Melanie. Again, folks, if round one didn't go the way you were hoping it would, re-entry can be purchased at the base of the tower. On the outside, right by where you see all the t-shirts and stuff down there. $60. Get you back in for the chance at 5,000. You'll go to the re-entry round, which is like round 1.5. Winners of the re-entry round go into round 2. Non-winners continue to the spectator side of things. Michael Block, Kyle Gockley. Kyle is a little late, needs a little help at the finish line, gets it because Block breaks out. Gockley late, but gets the win light. Trish is up here criticizing him. She's up here, like you deserve that. You're kind of rough, Trish. Be careful. I'm just saying. .712 dialing. Nova here on the Penske side. Corey up the graph, down 608. Advantage, Nova. Lucas Oil side gets beat. 36 dead 8, not good enough for Corey. Win light gonna go to the Penske side. Okay, there we go. Eric Mendekovitz and Mark Ketterer. Ketterer dialed in at a 737, the Sellersville, Pennsylvania based Dodge Aspen. 670 for Mendekovitz. Ketterer going to get the win light as Mendekovitz goes too quick by 12th thou. Took 30, need to take 18 or less. Ketterer, 739 at 93 mile an hour gets the win. 59 GMC panel wagon. What a cool ride. Eric Ott, Douglasville, Pennsylvania, 657. Kind of like Ted Miley's ride. Things were not designed to cut through the air all that well. He's up against the 84 S10 and Nathan Mendenhall. Nathan, again, has had a pretty doggone good year already. Dialed 618. Mendenhall bumps in. Ott ready to go. 8 to a 33 advantage. GMC. The panel van gets the win on the double breakout. 56 with an 8 on the 657, 2 thou under. 28 thou under for Mendenhall. He took a thou at the finish line, but had to break out to do it. Mark Schwall, 516, the dial-in. Fastest vehicle on the property so far this weekend, riding on 2 wheels. Chris Gagne, the Zuzu Ombre Dowd 621. And it's going to be Schwall. How about double 02 light to a 1 red. 519 with a 1 on the 516. 131 miles an hour. Now Gagne, 1 thou red and 400s over. Mike Frenick back up, Dowd 620 the dart. 625 for Stephen Dickey. Twelfth down between them. Franick's got a dozen in his pocket, and I'm not talking about donuts because that'd be a full pocket. 622 with a 5 on a 620. Be kind of messy too. Dickey, 27 with a 3 on the 25. Rob Zetterberg, 86 Monte Carlo, advanced tree service ride, dialed in 599. 640 for Jeff Allenbach in the S10. Red light for Allenbach. Zetterberg will be your winner. 33 dead, 1 gets it done. Another advanced tree service ride coming up. Tyler Weicker, Scott Carpenter, Poughkeepsie, dialed in 583 again. Absolute final call for round 1 of eliminations. If you haven't come back yet, if you're doubled and haven't come back, I do the old hustle up. Weicher's 5 thou early. Carpenter will be your winner. Saxon Sons Incorporated is family owned and operated. It's been in the construction business for over 50 years, specializing in providing services for the construction of new residential, commercial, and industrial products, as well as existing infrastructure maintenance. Saxon Sons offers a full range of excavating service, including grading, trenching, demolition sounds fun, site preparation, drainage, utility installation, and trucking. Also provide asphalt paving services for roads, driveways, and parking lots. Need your driveway repaved or need a new septic system involved? They can do it all and take on any job, big or small. Saxon Sons, dedicated to providing quality and professional services to its customers, has earned a reputation as one of the most reliable and dependable contractors in the area. They're also another racer-owned business. Catch Terry Sachs in the lanes in a 67 Camaro and give him a call for your needs today. 610-287-7393, Saxon Sons. Now Joe Dukin. 530 dial in for Dukin. 606 for Kevin Mendenhall. B&M Performance Ride, going to be your winner as Dukin's a 10th and a half over. And boy, he is still fighting that issue. So again, we're going to have some cleanup to do, folks. We're going to be down for a little bit. So good as time as any to maybe head over to the concession stand and get yourself some lunch. I hear rumors about the special this weekend being a sausage or brat type sandwich. I might have to imbibe. But lunch is being served at the concession stand, so if you're hungry, just good as time as any to get it. Remember, we have water for our racers down in the staging lanes. Keep yourself cool and hydrated. Please, it can be a little rough down there in the lanes, not a lot of shade. You're waiting for a long time, might be sitting in the car. And Team EFR, Embley Family Racing, thank you very much for all that you do for your fellow racers. Always good folks helping out there. So again, just a bit of a cleanup on the racing surface. And we'll be back at you shortly. Leighton Finkminer Layton dialed in 733, Exton, Pennsylvania. Coming up against Andy Anderson out of York, Pennsylvania. Andy, your defending NHRA Pro World Champion. Went to Vegas, won the runoff. Andy dialed in 572. Starting line advantage for Anderson. Win light for Anderson, 14 dead, 6. Fink Minor, 32 and 6 thou under to be 6 thou behind. Richard Seidel and Mike Greiner. Seidel, 300s behind at the hit. And out of Boston is Greiner, is 41 dead, 6, getting the win light. Took 33 thou at the start line, 36 thou at the finish line for Greiner. Kyle Robb, Denver, Pennsylvania. 66 Chevy 2, the deuce. Dialed in 604 for A1 Mulch. Jonathan Gagnon from Pleasant Valley, Connecticut. The 1965 Dart, dialed in 741. Always a connection to the 65 Darts for me. Oof. He's been pretty good at the tree, but he's only 3 thou ahead at this one. 9 to a 12. Oh, and Gagnon breaks out. How about Kyle Robb? 12 dead, 2. Pushing Gagnon out to 11th thou breakout. Took 16, he'd take 5 or less. Was not left much room. Next up, Greg Eachus, Honeybrook, Pennsylvania. 591 dialing as we continue on to get into the later parts of one Sky Media Webmaster round 1. Bob DeYoung dialed in 586. Now, the difference at the start line. Win light going to go on the double breakout to Bob DeYoung. Thou under his 586 dialing, gets the W. Eachus was 16th thou under his 591. Marquez McClure out of Limerick, Pennsylvania, 685 dialing for the Nova. Marquez will be leaving first against Denny McCloskey out of Neptune, New Jersey. Marquez goes Paul James Bond on it. Win light going to go to Marquez McClure. 7 dead, 1. Nice little 8-pack thrown at McCloskey, who's used to doing that to other people. He got down there and bailed, hoping that something would happen. He got more behind her. Did not work. Evan Poust back up in the Vega for his second hit. 645 dialing, Cam Murray in the Murray family Dakota out of Southampton, New Hampshire. Dialed 642. I've seen him collect a big check in his Volare, but I believe it's on the sidelines. 6 red to 6 green advantage. Win light, Cam Murray. Both guys under the dial. Cam's showing he was holding a few. Tom Monty, Glendora, New Jersey, 1972 Dusta. 694 dial into a 738 for Bobby Pipp. Ted Miley, remember, if you're not there yet, head on down there, Ted. Bobby Pip will be your winner by virtue of the Tom Monty red. Another very tough matchup in round number 1. Nick Bauman about to knock the top bulb off in the Duster, dialed 673, Penske side of the racetrack, against Kurt Holland in the Camaro, dialed in 605. Again, a couple of guys that have collected a bunch of big checks that I've seen. Advantage, Holland, Penske side. Bauman trying to get the W, can't do it. 13th down margin of victory. Holland, 10-8 gets the win over the 19 and 12th now over for Bauman. Gerard Hamlick back up out of Hampton Bays, 614 dialing. First gen Camaro, his crew member letting out some of the smoke. Looks like a Cheech and Chong movie in there. Against Paul Werner, dial in 723. Yeah, see all that smoke? He wasn't doing a burnout. Anyways. Again, I want to say a shout out to those of you in the chat bleachers on Motor Mania TV. Racer 4560, Gator out there watching the crew. Mike Donut, Mike O'Connell, Ralph. Watch Gerard Hamlick go 1 foul red. Paul Werner in the wagon, 15 to the good, 22 with a 1 on the 723. Douglas in the Superstock GT Legal Firebird. Well, might be legal, might not. It's got the lettering on it. Up against the Street Ride, Rocco Ciccone Jr. Rocco loves to drive anywhere he can get to and race this hot rod. 845 dial-in. Trish likes the dial-in on Rocco's car. It can be seen from space, but he turns it red. Link will be your winner. Rocco will have to buy that one back. Lady Di from North Carolina out there watching. Hello, Lady Di. Angie Moyer and Trish Witt. Angie in the Duster, dialed in 684, 573. And the red light for Angie Moyer, going to give the win to Trish Witt, 82 at the 3 on the 573. Still struggling with that. Zach Rothenberger, Morgantown, Pennsylvania, dialed in 713 to a 616. For Tanner Kutsaris in the Krins Automotive Ride. First gen Camaro versus fourth gen. And the red eye for Tanner. Rothenberger will be your winner. Chris Culp. Chris, part of the Dick's Radiator team. You know that arrow's cool over there. Battle of the Mopars against Dennis Kessler in the Duster. Couple of quick Mopars, pretty close in ET, 577 dialing for Culp. Kessler dialed 570. Advantage. Kessler, Culp got to make a little miracle happen. Not gonna. 4th down margin victory for Dennis Kessler, 46. 700s over. Backing into that W over Culp, who was a little late. Closed it up pretty good to the finish line, just couldn't quite get back around him. Ooh, another tough round one. Dan Casey out of Thompson, Connecticut, the 85 Capri out 598. Dave Dissinger, the 75 Monza out 628. Again, two bad dudes down there that could easily be seeing each other in the final. Casey goes reverse James Bond, turns it red. Dissinger, 12th thou under. Jenna Yarnall and Tony DiLeonardo coming up next. DiLeonardo, 79 Mustang, 661 to a 654 for Yarnall. Well, Jenna's going to get the win light, and I think she is having an issue with her hot rod. DiLeonardo turns it red by 12 thou. Next up, Ralph Finney, 73 Duster out of Glenwood, Maryland, 712 dialing, 566 for Marty Flegel. He's just brutal. 5 to the good, 67 with a 4 on the 566. Finney breaks out by 28 thou from a 712 dialing, 709 with a 2, still 4 thou behind. Jeannie Northrup back up, Pipersville, Pennsylvania. The Camaro dialed in 591, getting near the end of One Sky Media Webmaster round number 1. Wade Kubicki out of New Jersey in the 72 Maverick dialed in 617. Eighth down between them. Finish line comes up. Bug gets around him by 5 down. 92 with a 1 and the 591 and a 29 light. Kubicki was better at the tree, 21, but 24th thou over his 617 dial gets him behind and puts the win light on the Lucas Oil side for Genie. Vince Cusimano from Aston, Pennsylvania, the Cutlass, beautiful ride, dialed in 665. Ed Bendekovitz, 68 Camaro, dialed 660. Ron Myers, Zionsville, Pennsylvania, the 69 Camaro against the 67 of Aaron Tim. line advantage for Aaron, but she goes too quick. They've been fighting some stuff on that ride today and wasn't pretty, but Ron Myers will get the W. Your bye run. First time I saw this car go down the racetrack, I made the note that, you'll have the whole wind resistance thing. The wind is not trying to cut. He's not cutting through the wind. The wind's getting out of the way for its own safety. This is Ted Miley. 1960 Chevy wagon. He was struggling a little bit earlier. He had a killer light earlier, but the car wouldn't run the number. And he goes back to running the 728 number. You know. And at this time, to the staging lanes, re-entry doubles. If you're doubled up in the re-entry round, we'll take you to 1 and 2. Re-entry doubles will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Hey, Mark Schwall, you did not win on your 11X entry, but you did win best losing package in round 1, courtesy of One Sky Media Webmasters. They will have a One Sky Media certificate for you, as well as you getting a free re-entry into the re-entry round on that number. So if you've already paid, we'll get the information down for them to take care of you as far as that goes. But congratulations. We're sorry kind of stuff going on with the best losing packages. But Mark Schwall, you will get the free re-entry and the re-entry buy if there is one. So you'll be the last guy up in your 11X entry on your two-wheeled rocket ship. So again, we've called re-entry doubles. If you are doubled up in the re-entry round, the Coors Customs re-entry round, you are doubled up in the re-entry round, we will get you to the staging lanes at this time. We'll take re-entry doubles. Let's take re-entry blue as well. Re-entry doubles and re-entry blue. Remember, the re-entry round is like round 1.5. If you win the re-entry round, you'll go to round 2. If you do not win the re-entry round, it's elbows in the cooler. Although, yes, we do have the Crins Automotive Gamblers going on later, so do not fret. We have more racing than you can possibly shake a stick at. Again, we've called re-entry doubles and re-entry blue. Re-entry doubles and re-entry blue. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Mark Schwall. Getting ready to go into Coors Customs. Re-entry round here shortly. Re-entry round of the No-Box 660 Shootout is brought to you by Coors Customs. If you're in need of a top-notch restoration for your Mopar muscle car, look no further. Coors Customs, based in Myerstown, Pennsylvania, specializes in Mopar muscle car restorations, but also caters to any other muscle car enthusiasts out there. From painting to engine repairs and tuning, Coors Customs has got you covered. Don't miss out on the chance to see their incredible work. Check them out on Facebook or reach out to them directly, 717-933-8486. Get your beloved muscle car looking and performing its best once again with Coors Customs. You want to see what their stuff looks like, you just got to be here or watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Son. And powered by Weldon High Performance, because they have 3 vehicles here on property, and they're 3 of the best looking vehicles on property. Definitely all 3 are in the running for the Best Appearing award that we'll be giving later this weekend. Maybe we'll let Dee Dee pick her favorite. Also want to thank ISC Racers Tape for supporting as well this weekend. Number one's in Sticky. We do have a couple of bikes. Bounty Award for this year, the rider goes to the first and main event, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, presented by OneStopSpeed.com. And again, we do have a couple of bikers out here attempting that. We want to thank those folks from OneStopSpeed.com. It's your motorcycle roaring and ready to ride with OneStopSpeed.com. Offer a wide range of high-quality products. Take your bike to the next level, including performance parts, custom exhaust systems, and suspension upgrades. Their knowledgeable staff and top-notch customer service, you can trust that you're getting the best advice and expertise in the business. When you're looking to improve your motorcycle speed, handling, or style, OneStopSpeed.com's got everything you need to make it happen. So why settle for an average ride when you can have a high-performance machine that turns heads? Visit OneStopSpeed.com today. Let them help you unleash your motorcycle's full potential. We've called re-entry. We have called our re-entry buyback doubles and blue. Re-entry buyback doubles, blue, and let's go with red as well. Re-entry doubles, buyback. Re-entry buyback doubles, blue and red. Let's go. Re-entry doubles, blue and red. And if you're re-entry doubles, make sure you are hustling back.
Leaving this place, the sun's about to break. You're riding shotgun. The feeling we chase. I'm wide awake. Take me away now. 'Cause I won't go down the same old path again now. No, I've been
Again, if you are doubled up in the re-entry round, make sure you are hustling back. And here we go. Re-entry round brought to you by Coors Customs.
wherever we go, we're taking control. The future is ours now. The road never ends.
Darrell Tillman Realty Group Friday here at the second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by the good folks at Saxon Sons Construction.
If I'm having a good time, don't you blame me. Yeah, this feeling I've got's making me crazy. Making me crazy.
So the best losing package in our Coors Customs re-entry round is going to get a Gamblers Race entry for tonight, Prince Automotive Gamblers, courtesy of Coors Customs. So you might not win here, but you might get that entry. That'll be we're calling that the third time's the charm award, because you didn't win the first. Didn't win the first round. If you didn't win the re-entry round with a good package, we're going to give you the chance to win that one more time. Good sound and exhaust on Dan Wally's hot rod. The Disco Nova. Up against Michael Block in the Mustang. 764 dial in for Block. Wally dialed in 598. Advantage Wally. And it's going to be the win light going to Block. Wally got behind by 3 thou. Might have given that one back. Block 46 dead 1 gets the win light. Next pair up, Everett Foley and Bobby Pipp. Pipp's Mustang dialed 737, Palmer, Pennsylvania. Ever so slight chase job. Ford chasing the Mopar of Foley. The Duster dialed in 741. Berkshire, Pennsylvania, the home base. Eight down between them. Door handle to door handle. Finish line comes up, win light on the breakout, gonna go to Pipp. Foley got shut out at the start line. Pipp was dead on with a 6 getting the win light. Foley 7 thou under to be 5 thou ahead. Math was not his friend. Another Mopar. John Gagnon in the 65 Dart against Corey Updegraff. Driving the Malibu. And the red light for the Dart. Boy, he's been double O just about every hit, just not getting the luck. Is Gagnon. Win light going to go to Updegraff. Nathan Beeler dialed in 776, 550. No-Box 660 Shootout Chevelle. We'll take green, re-entry green. Re-entry green, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Re-entry green. And again, if you're doubled, make sure you hustle. As they ever so carefully get in. Pretty tight, 11 thou difference. But problems for the 660 Shootout. And he's gonna get the win as Beeler breaks out by 4/10. Win light gonna go Penske side. Folks, I'm gonna take a couple minutes to the side. Gonna hand it off right now for the time being. Again, the voice of Maple Grove, Billy Kleinspan. Billy, here you go.
Well, thank you very much, Ron. As we continue round number 1 action here in the buyback round, we have a pair of Camaros on the starting line right now. Mike Tell on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Franklin Township, New Jersey in the 2012 Camaro. Up against Eric Bendikevitz here on the Penske side of the racetrack in the Penske side. Eric goes red by a bunch. Will go back into the main event in round number 2. He'll go 708 with a 3 at 95 miles an hour. Eric goes 667 on a red light start at 102 miles an hour. Matty Rich, it's Matt Richelza over there on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Cherry Hill, New Jersey in the 1993 Ford Mustang. Former Division I high school champion here in Division I. We'll dial in a 584 here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Up against the Camaro over here on the Penske side of the racetrack, it's Stephen Dickey. Shanksville, PA in the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Ford versus Chevrolet here on the starting line right now here at Maple Grove. Matty Richelza goes red by just 10 thousandths of a second. Stevie Dickey will go into the back into the main event. Steve Dickey breaks one out but goes 6:23.6 at 100 miles an hour. Matt Richelza red by just 10 thousandths of a second. It's the world's fastest bowler over there on the Lucas Oil time of the racetrack. It's Tom Scriffenagro from Middletown, New Jersey, driving that 1986 Chevrolet S10 up against the Mustang over here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Penske side will dial in an 841. Tom Scriffenagro will dial in 683. And it is Tom Scriffenagro getting the round one as he goes 687.3 at 88 miles an hour. Mustang on the Penske side of the racetrack goes 8:47 with a 5 at 88 miles an hour. 9th difference between the two based off of reaction time. Tom was a little bit better, 0:18 to the Mustang's 0:29. Richard Seidel on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, all the way from Massachusetts in the 67 Chevelle. He'll dial in a 569 here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Penske side will dial in a 7. Great side-by-side race, and at the finish line, Penske side of the racetrack will get the round win, 7:13 with the 5 at 93 miles an hour. Rich Seidel goes 5:70 with the 5 at 115 miles an hour on his 569 dial in. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack will get that round win, goes 6:66 with a 1 at 98 miles an hour, 6:61 with a 4 at 104 on the Penske side of the racetrack. 5 thousandths between the two based off of reaction time. Lucas Oil side was a little bit better, 0:50 to the Penske side's 0:55. Camaro over here on the Penske side of the racetrack will dial in a 6:14. Lucas Oil side will dial in a 7:09. Both drivers are now pre-stage. Camaro on the Penske side taking his time. He's stage. Both drivers staged and ready to go. Christmas tree will count on down. Penske side of the racetrack with a huge starting line advantage and the round win as Lucas Oil side of the racetrack breaks on out. Goes 7:089 at 98 miles an hour. Penske side with the better reaction time and the round win, 6:18 with the 1 at 106 miles an hour. Hey, it's Keith Lyman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack in the Camaro up against the other Camaro here on the Penske side of the racetrack as we have two Camaros on the starting line right now. Keith Lyman is a victim of a red light as he goes red by just 7 thousandths of a second. Penske side of the racetrack will go into round number 2 of the main event, 6:10 with a 9 at 98 miles an hour. Keith Lyman, unfortunately, with the red light, goes dead on with a 2 at 115 miles an hour. Warrior Crop over here on the Penske side of the racetrack in the S10 from nearby Reading, Pennsylvania, one of our hometown heroes here at Maple Grove Raceway. Up against another hometown hero on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, that is Jeremy Stroker. In the battle of the truck versus the Camaro, Jeremy Stroker driving the Camaro over there on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. He'll dial in a 6:45 to Warrior Crop's 6:21 over here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Jeremy Stroker with a huge starting line advantage, and I thought he would be going into round number 2, but unfortunately Roy Krupp drives on around him. Roy Krupp goes dead on with a 5 at 108 miles an hour. Jeremy Stroker unfortunately goes 6:48 with an 8 on his 6:45 dial. And at this time, your attention the pits, attention the pits. Yellow buybacks, we need you into the staging lanes, please. Yellow buybacks to the staging lanes, please. That means we have called all callers for round number 1 of the buyback. So if you're buying back in and you haven't made a run down the track, I suggest you get on as soon as possible. Ray Barlow goes red by just 9 thousandths of a second. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack goes 594 with the 1 at 113 miles an hour on the 592 dial in. Brandon Skelly over here on the Penske side of the racetrack from Mount Worth, PA in the Blazer here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Hometown hero Mike Nessinger just celebrated a birthday here a few days ago. So happy belated birthday to Mike Nessinger. Hoping he turns on a few win lines today. He'll be in the 65 Chevy wagon from Stevens, PA in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Side-by-side race, and down at the finish line it is Mike Nessinger getting the round win, 6:19 with the 2 at 106 miles an hour. Brandon Skelly goes 6:48.0 on 104 miles an hour. Mike Nessinger was just 5 thousandths of a second away from a perfect light, goes 005 on the tree. Mike Borbin over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack went a bunch of rounds out of our Harrington race earlier this year. This side of the racetrack goes red by just 20 thousandths of a second. Mike will go into round number 2 of the main event. Brakes on out, but thanks to the wind light, he'll go into round 2, goes 6:63.4 at 103 miles an hour. Final call, your attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for first round of buybacks. Buyback round, if you have not made a pass yet, we suggest that you get to the lane immediately. Another great side-by-side race, and it is the Camaro down there at the Penske side of the racetrack getting the round one, goes dead on with the 7 at 109 miles an hour. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack goes 6:45 with the 0 at 105 miles an hour. Hey, it's one of our hometown heroes. It's Robert Reinert over here on the Penske side of the racetrack from nearby Allentown, PA, in the 1966 Chevrolet Nova here on the Penske side, up against the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Mustang will dial in a 6:45 here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Robert Reinert breaks on out, giving the Mustang the round win as he goes 6:46 with a 0 at 101 miles an hour. Mustang also had the starting line advantage, 0:17 on the tree. Dan Casey on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack in that beautiful Mustang, up against another tough competitor here on the Penske side of the racetrack here in Division 1. It is Marty Flegel, Penske side of the racetrack. From nearby Ephrata, PA in the 67 Nova, Martin will dial in a 566. Dan Casey will dial in a 598 here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Marty Flegel goes red by just 18 thousandths of a second. And in a double breakout win, courtesy of the red light, it is Dan Casey going into round number 2 of the main event, goes 596 with an 8 at 116 miles an hour. It's a battle of our hometown hero and leading lady on the starting line right now. The leading lady on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack in that beautiful green 72 Camaro. From Sellersville, PA, it's Tanya Sprague. She'll dial in a 719. Up against the pride of Leesport, PA, here on the Penske side of the racetrack. 1984 Olds, it is Denny Renninger. Denny Renninger with the starting line advantage, and the win goes 7:54 with an 8 out of 82 miles an hour. Tanya Sprague right behind it, 7:59 with a 3 at 90 miles an hour. Kevin Spencer over here on the Penske side of the racetrack in the Mustang. No doubt into 6:32. Kevin, a longtime racer here at Maple Grove Raceway. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack with dial in is 6:65. And a great side-by-side race at the finish line. It is Kevin Spencer getting the round one, goes 6:34 with a 1 at 103 miles an hour. It's youth and exuberance against age and experience here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. In the Penske side of the racetrack, it's youth. It's Nathan Mendenhall, the kid that's been on a tear this year so far in the big money scene. Up against Dennis Core here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack in the Yeehaw Dodge over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Also, my pick for the best appearing car here for the Friday shootout here at Maple Grove Raceway. And it is youth and exuberance pulling off at that round one as Nathan Mendenhall goes 6:22 with a 4 at 102 miles an hour. He'd also had the storyline advantage 0:12 to Dennis's 0:69. Jeff Allbach here on the Penske side of the racetrack, one of our hometown heroes. Used to race an old Pro 5.0 Mustang back in the day when Pro 5.0 was a class in NMRA in the Fun Ford Weekend. From Boyertown, PA, in the 1999 Chevrolet S10. Up against the Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, it's Tom Hoffer, all the way from Allentown, PA, in the 87 Camaro. Heads up race here on the starting line right now here at Maple Grove. And another great side-by-side race. And at the finish line, it is Jeff Allbach getting the round win, 6:45 with a 1 at 104 miles an hour. Tom Hoffer right behind him, 6:47 with a 5 at 106 miles an hour. 2,000 difference between the two based off of the reaction time. Chris Garner over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Monroe Township, New Jersey, with down 6:22. Penske side of the racetrack with down 6:22. And it is the Camaro on the Penske side. How about that? He goes dead on with a 0 at 102 miles an hour. Chris Garner had the starting line advantage, but unfortunately does not get the round win. Mark Ketterer. It's 5 o'clock somewhere from Sellersville, PA, the Dodge Aspen, the 1978 Aspen. 7:38 his dial in. Up against Vince Camuso here on the Penske side of the racetrack from Ashton, PA, the 1986 Colors. 6:65 Vince's dial in. How about that? Mark Ketterer, first of the trip zip lights here in the buyback round, goes a perfect reaction time, and the round wins 7:39 with a 5 at 93 miles an hour. Vince unfortunately breaks on out, goes 6:64 with a 7 on the 6:65 dial in. Hey, it's another battle of our hometown heroes on the starting line right now. It's Charles Butch Reinwick, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. 7:43 his dial in. Up against the former Division I champion here on the Penske side of the racetrack. It's one of them Smith boys. It's Scott Smith here on the Penske side from Birdsboro, PA, in the 1980 Chevrolet Malibu. Well, 7:46 Scott Smith's dial in. And another great side-by-side race as Scott taps on the brake. Out win, it is Scott Smith who gets the round win as he goes under his dial in by the least amount. Goes 7:45 with a 0 at 91 miles an hour. Charles Butch Reinwick goes 7:41.0 at 91 miles an hour. Scott Smith 0:10 reaction time to Charles Butch's Reinwick 0:34. It's the man, the myth, the legend on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, the multi-time track champion here at Maple Grove Raceway. From Sinking Spring, PA, in that 1980 Malibu, it is Paul Werner over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Penske side of the racetrack will dial in a 6:17. Paul Warner will dial in a 7:22. Penske side of the racetrack doing the chasing and unfortunately does not get the round win. Paul Warner goes 7:25 with a 4 at 92 miles an hour. Also had the starting line advantage, 008 to the Penske side's 067. Frank Maffiori here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Monroe Township, New Jersey in the 20 Camrys, 1016 his dial-in. Up against Joe Theodore, or Uncle Joe as we like to call him here on the Penske side of the racetrack, the long-time runner out of Island Dragway. Also a heavy hitter here in the big money scene here in the Northeast. How about that? Joe Theodore with the starting line advantage, 002 on the tree, and he'll get the round win, 595 with a 3 at 108 miles an hour. Frank goes 10:23 with a 4 on the 10:16 dial-in. Hey, there's that Gockley guy. It's Kyle Gockley, Penske side of the racetrack, the multi-time motorcycle track champion here at Maple Grove Raceway in the 88 S10. Will dial in a 587. To the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, 646, that driver's dial-in. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack gets the round win, 662.8 at 89 miles an hour. Kyle Gockley, 636 with a 3 at 114 miles an hour. Starting line advantage to the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Two of New Jersey's favorite here on the starting line right now on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. It is Denny Mikowski, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, 659 his island. Up against the leading lady, it is Sharon Fordyce here on the Penske side of the racetrack in the Spice Girls Mustang. Here on the Penske side, 625 Shannon's dial-in to Denny's 659. Absolute final call for re-entry to the staging lanes, please. Absolute final call for re-entry. If you have not made your, if you're re-entered and you haven't made your passes yet, please come to the staging lanes right now. With the red light start as Shannon Fordyce was better on the tree, 011. Double breakout win, but Shannon Fordyce gets the round win courtesy of the red light, goes 623 with a 6 at 111 miles an hour. Denny McCloskey goes 657 with a 3 at 102 miles an hour. Mike Tell over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, back again in the 2012 Camaro from Franklin Township, New Jersey. Up against Jenna Yarnell on the Penske side of the racetrack, a former junior dragster racer now moving into the big cars. Her father Mike is a former track champion here at Maple Grove Raceway in the Super Eliminator category. Mike Tell goes red by a bunch. Jenna Yarnell will go into the main event, goes 653 with an 8 at 106 miles an hour. Jenna would have broke on out, but because of Mike Tell's red light, she'll go into the next round. Eric Benekovitz back again on the Penske side of the racetrack in his blue Camaro, up against the Mustang over here in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. That is Michael Blouch here. Dials in a 763 to Eric Benekovitz 667. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack with the starting line advantage, 30 on the tree, goes 764 with an 8 at 89 miles an hour. Eric Benekovitz goes 668 with a 0 at 102 miles an hour. George Stack Jr. on the Penske side of the racetrack, the former NHRA Image of Youth winner here in Division 1 on the Penske side of the racetrack. Up against Andrew over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from South Plainfield, New Jersey, in the 1983 Ford Pontiac Firebird here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Andrew dials in a 691 to George Stack Jr.'s 550 over here on the Penske side of the racetrack. How about that? George Stack with the storyline advantage 553 with an 8 at 120 miles an hour. Storyline advantage 019 to Andrews 030. Corey Updegraff here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Udders, PA in the 78 Malibu. Up against one of our hometown heroes on the Penske side of the racetrack from nearby Honeybrook, PA. It's Greg Eachus in that 74 Vega. Craig Eachus will dial in a 590. Corey will dial in a 607 on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Corey Updegraff with a huge starting line advantage on the starting line, 022, but breaks on out, goes 6065 under his 607 dial in. Greg Eachus goes into round number 2, 591 with a 2 at 116 miles an hour. Tyler Weichert over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack in the Advanced Tree Machine. S10 here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack became a father a few weeks ago, so congratulations to him and Brittany. Hoping to pull off a few wins today. Tyler will dial in a 6 flat. Penske side of the racetrack will dial in a 694. And it is Tyler Weichert with the round win on a breakout as Penske side of the racetrack goes under his dial in, 691 with the 5 on the 694. Tyler Weichert also goes into round number 2, goes 6059 on the 6 flat dial in. Nick Bowman over here on the Penske side of the racetrack, the Saturday winner of the Jim Harrington race in the no-box category, up against one of our former junior street racers now making the transition into the big car. That is Nicholas Beeler over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack in the El Camino. 730 Nick style in to Nick Bowman's 674. And another great side-by-side race, and it is Nick Bowman getting that round win, 676 with a 9 on the 674 dial. Nicholas Beeler goes dead on with an 8 at 93 miles an hour, but unfortunately, the reaction time caught him. Corey Maloney over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. .740 the dial in over here on the Penske side of the racetrack. And at this time, your attention the pits, attention the pits. Round 2 doubles. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Your attention the pits, attention the pits. Round 2 doubles. We need you to the staging lanes, please. It's the leading lady over there on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from nearby Kutztown, PA in the 71 Duster. It is Angie Moyer here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack up against the Mustang here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Angie goes red by a bunch. The Mustang will then go back into round number 2. And to add insult to injury, the Penske side would have broke one out. Goes 846 with an 8 at 88 miles an hour. Angie with the red light goes 687 with a 0 at 97 miles an hour. Gerard Hammock over there on the Penske side of the racetrack, and Richard Sidan on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, again from West Springfield, Massachusetts. Richard will dial in a 570 here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Penske side in the Camaro will dial in a 614. Once again, we need round 2 doubles to the staging lanes, please. We need round 2 doubles to the staging lanes, please. Another great side-by-side race at the finish line. Richard Sidian gets the round win. 18 pack, no good. 572 on the 570 dial in. 614 with the 5, dead on with the 5 at 112 miles an hour on the Penske side of the racetrack. 5 dead, no good. How about this? It's the Mustang over here on the Penske side of the racetrack up against the Camaro. Ford versus Chevrolet on the starting line right now. Camaro will dial in a 664. Mustang 664. How about this? We have another heads-up race here on the starting line right now here at the House of Chaos, Maple Grove Raceway. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack goes red by just 8 thousandths of the second. Mustang 036. And down at the finish line, it is the Mustang getting the round win. 667, 5 at 104 miles an hour. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack goes 008 red, and that insult to injury breaks on out. One of the two-wheelers on the storyline right now. Penske side of the racetrack will dial in a 554. Chris Culp over there on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack will dial in 577 on the Lucas Oil side. Chris Culp goes by 22 thousandths of a second. Motorcycle will go into round 2, goes 559 with the 2 at 113 miles an hour. Chris Culp goes 594 with a 5 on the 577 dial in on the red light start. So once again, we've called round 2 doubles to the staging lanes, please. We've called round 2 doubles to the staging lanes, please. And with that, well, we have round number 2 doubles heading to the staging lanes. I'm going to turn the mic over back to the voice of Big Money Bracket Racer. We call him Chewbacca. But everybody calls him Ron the announcer. Ron, back to you.
Thank you very much, Billy, and great job there with the course custom re-entry round. Yeah.
drive, drive, drive.
Round 2 doubles. Let's take
Don't wanna grow another day. Run around and always play. You're Jack Sparrow and I'm a dinosaur. Don't wanna grow another day. Now I miss you and I want you to be there again. Don't wanna grow another day. Can say forever young.
Once again, we have called round 2 doubles and round 2 blue. Round 2 doubles, round 2 blue. If you won the first round and or the re-entry round and you're doubled up or at a blue run sticker, we'll take you to the lanes at this time for round number 2. Our Daryl Tillman Realty Group, Friday. We're getting ready for K&R Performance round 2. And again, Gerard Hamrick, number 1349. You did not win that round, but you're going to get a free entry in tonight's Crin's Automotive Gamblers race, courtesy of Coors Customs. And we want to thank folks at Coors Customs, as always. Hey, high rollers, if you're on the list, we're ready to take your money at the base of the tower. High rollers: Jimmy Stack, Roy Weenie, Rick Lawrence, Trish Witt, Jeremy Kleinfelter, Dave Dissinger, Joe Theodore, Mike Franek, Andy Anderson, Mike Nessinger, Bill Maturo Jr., Andrew Bakudo, Jeff Allenbach, Tim Allenbach, Nathan Mendenhall, Denny McCloskey, Kurt Holland, Paul Werner, Kevin Mendenhall, Anthony D., Mike Barbone, Shane Swigert, Marquise, Marquez, Nick Bauman, Matt Richeza, Frank Montbury Jr., Tom Scripignano, Rick Seidel, Kyle Robb, Nick Beeler, Terry Benton, and Rob Reinert. You are all on the 32. We've lost a few off that list. Ray Barlow and Marty Flegel, you're the next two we're going to take. Ray Barlow and Marty Flegel, you'll be the next two, so keep your ears peeled. Now we go into round number 2. Jamie Talbert, Taneytown, Maryland, $8.49 dialing for Talbert. Up against Kevin Core from Myerstown, Pennsylvania. Core's Custom 71 Demon. K&R Performance Engineering, round number 3 coming at you. Nine to a 10. Finish line comes up. Double breakout win light going to go to Kevin Core. 200s under to 800s under for Talbert. Now Kyle Core and Dave Miller. Miller dialed in 714, 627 for Kyle. Again, we've called doubles and we've called blue. 1 thou difference again, 18 to a 19. And another double breakout win like this one for Kyle Core. I don't know if the air is getting better out there or what, but man, guys are speeding up in a hurry. Miller under by a bunch. Core under by a little over 100, gets the win light. Dave Dissinger and Tom Scrifignano. Dissinger's Monza Town Coupe dialed in 628 to 681 for Scriff. Win light going to go to Dave Dissinger. Ted Miley and Matt Richeza. Miley dialed in 728, 1960 Chevy wagon. Against Richeza in the Mustang. He's at the bumper, he's at the door. Takes like a week to pass that car, but he gets there. Richeza, your winner. Kenny Garofalo, car number R19, you're sitting on the potential buy. Kenny Garofalo, car number R19, you're sitting on the potential buy for round 2. Okay. Nathan Mendenhall and Kyle Robb, your next pair. A1 Mulch Chevy 2 of Kyle Robb, 604 dialing, going to be chasing the B&M Performance ride of Nathan Mendenhall. Kyle Robb, Nathan Mendenhall, Kyle Robb goes James Bond, gets the win light. 8-pack for Kyle Robb. Got there first by 8 thou. Mendenhall broke out just to get that close. 604 with a 1 on a 604 and a 007 light. Kyle Murray coming up next. Murray dialed in at a 641 in the Dakota, 764 for Michael Block. Called doubles and blue. Doubles and blue. Round 2 doubles, round 2 blue. Block turns it red. Kyle Murray be your winner. 22 dead, 0 for Kyle Murray. Steve McMillan and Ernie Zagars. Ernie's vet dialed in 625 to a 606 for McMillan in the Nova. Let's take round 2 red. Round 2 red, let's go. Round 2 red, we will take you to the staging lanes of this time. Round 2 red. Zagars pulls the trigger a bit early. Mellon 29 to the good, 604 with a 9 on a 606. Stephen Dickey, Schwenksville, Pennsylvania. And Menekovitz turns it very red. Win light going to go to Dickey. Frank Monfiore Jr. and Pete Bushnell. Frank dialed in 663, 644 for Pete. Pete's got 5 thou in his pocket. Connecticut versus New Jersey. And the Mustang of Bushnell will be your winner. 29 and 300s over gets the win light. 34 and 300s over for Monfiore, 7 thou behind. Scott Smith, 743 dial in, Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. Again, we've called round 2 doubles, round 2 blue and round 2 red. Denny McCloskey, beautiful Firebird, his late father's old hot rod. Denny did a very long time getting this thing 100% right. It is a sweet, sweet ride. Going to be the winner, Scott Smith. Pulls the trigger 4th thou early. 18 to the good, 655 on the 59 for McCloskey. Kevin Spencer and Mike Barbone, your next pair. Spencer's 1989 Mustang, 632 dial in. 15th down in the hole against Mike Barbone out of New Jersey. But win light going to be for the man from Conowingo, Maryland. Still like saying it, Conowingo. He'll be your winner, 633 on the 32. 108 miles an hour breakout for Barbone. 3 thou too quick. Took 29, should have taken 26 or less. Easy for me to say up here holding on to the microphone. Scott Carpenter, Poughkeepsie, New York. Carpenter, 1983 Camaro. 582 dial in, going to be heading off the little long roof. That's the Vega wagon of Evan Paust. Paust pulls it red. Carpenter dials 582, goes 590. Get off the dial. Paust will retire that entry for the day. Jeff Allenbach. Allenbach Family Racing. By the way, sponsoring tonight's tug of war we're going to have at the end of the night. That will not be on Motor Mania TV. Sorry, guys. You'll miss out on it. Up against Dan Casey, the Mercury Capri from Thompson, Connecticut. Just 2 thou between them. Go to the top end. A win light on the double breakout. We're going to be Casey. 2 thou under his dial. 11th thou under for Jeff Allenbach. 97 with an 8 on the 598 for Casey. Moves on. Tricia Gockley. Andy Anderson. You got me, Tricia. She's giggling up here. Tricia dialed in 571 to a 607 for Kevin Mendenhall. B&M Performance 66 Nova against the guy, again, the defending NHRA world champ in the pro category. On the bracket side of things. Now he's got 4th out to make up. And the win light will go to Kevin Mendenhall. 33 dead 2 mathematically eliminates Tricia at the starting line. We'll blame Tricia for that one. Rob Zetterberg and Mike Greiner. Greiner out in 584. Rolling up in the Chevelle. Going to be chasing the Monte Carlo of Zetterberg. Advanced tree service. Here the throttle return springs getting a workout down there. Win light will go to Greiner. 588, 114. Jana Embley. Team EFR, Sailorsburg, Pennsylvania, 766 to dial in for the Little Blazer. Mike Franick, 70 dart dialed in, 620. Finish line coming up. Embley with the advantage at the start line. 7-10 thou margin at the finish line. Franick ran dead on with a 1. They gave up 300s at the starting line, and Embley takes care of business at the finish line. Randy Brownwell, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Road cone orange. Chevy Nova out 651. Jeannie Northrup dialed in 590. Has 100th in her pocket, but cannot make it work. 20 dead, 1. Great pass there for Randy Brownwell. Next up, Mark Ketterer. Ketterer out of Sellersville, Pennsylvania, 739 dial in the 78 Aspen. Rory Krupp, Reading, Pennsylvania, the S10 dialed 621. Ketterer turned it red, and Rory's probably a little lucky right there. 741 with a 1 on the 739 for Ketterer. Again, we've called round 2 doubles, blue and red to the lanes, please. Next pair, Bob Hoffman, 710 dial in the 92 Camaro, going to get chased by Dylan Moyer's Dart. One less than a James Bond, 006, 71 with an 8 on a 664, gets behind, watches his win light go on. Hoffman had room, took 49, needed to take 35 or less. Danny Renninger and Bobby Pipp, your next pair. Renninger 744 dialing out of Leesport, Pennsylvania, 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass. 66 Mustang, a Pipp, dialed 739. Same numbers, different order. Not good for Bobby. He breaks out and is still behind. Denny Renninger, 747 with a 0 on the 44, gets the W. Tony DiLeonardo, 1979 4i Mustang, dialed in 666. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Going to get chased by the Barney colored ride of Dennis Kessler out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Again, we are taking high rollers at the base of the tower. We need to know you're here. We need to know you're ready. High rollers at the base of the tower. Kessler will be your winner. Took 6th out the start line, 26th out the finish line over DiLeonardo. We'll take, let's see, we've called round 2 doubles, blue, red. Take round 2 green and round 2 doubles. Make sure you're getting back. Round 2 green and round 2 doubles. Make sure you are getting back. Jenna Yarnall, 655 dial in for Jenna. Coming up against Wyatt Kubicki. Kubicki from Yardville, New Jersey, dialed 594. Wyatt reeling in Jenna. Jenna got there first, but had to break out to do it. Kubicki dead on 0 gets the win light. Mike Schwann. 5:15 to a 7:08 for Mike Tell. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Tell getting the win over Schwann. 5:21 at 1:28 for Mike Schwann. Does not get it done. 3,000 margin of victory for Mike Tell. Pretty good 30-mile-an-hour closing with a motorcycle chasing you. Nick Bauman, Gibsonia, Pennsylvania, the 70 Duster, knocking the top bulb out. So is Chris Gagne. In the Isuzu Hombre, 18 to a 14 at the start line. Going to see some stop line going down there. Finish line win light going to go to Bauman. 18 dead 4. Beats the 14 and 11th out over for Gagne. Next up, Jimmy Sachs. Sachs and Sons. No-Box 660 shootout ride. Dialed in 554, 637 for Mark Pettit Demange. Big wheel stand machine over there in Lucas Oil side. Went out to about 100 feet first time out. And win light by virtue of True Start. Going to go to Mark Pettit Demange as Jimmy goes red by a bunch. K&R Performance Engineering holds a distinguished position as the global frontrunner in auto racing electronics. Their comprehensive range of products is tailored to enhance your car's performance, encompassing ProCube delay boxes and dial boards. All their cutting-edge offerings are meticulously designed, developed, and manufactured in-house at their state-of-the-art facility in Cleveland, Tennessee. To explore the exceptional lineup of products or to place an order, we encourage you to contact K&R Performance Engineering at 423-614-7778. or visit their official website at knrperformance.com. Kevin Core, Trish Witt. $18,000 advantage for Core. Witt going to have to make some magic happen at the finish line. She just couldn't get there. She's 500s over the dial. Win light going to go to Kevin Core. 698 with a 7. On to 97, taking it all, but getting the win light. Again, we have called doubles, blue, red, and green for round 2. And if you're doubled up and haven't come back for your second hit yet, you might need to do so. Kyle Core, again, another one of those beautiful Coors Customs race cars. Myerstown, Pennsylvania, another car that likes to carry the front tires a bit. Against another super cool hot rod, that's Mike Licata's Blue Point based 38 Chevrolet. Again, 4,000 difference, 18 to a 14. Finish line comes up, it's going to be 14 dead 6, get the win. Licata tried to bail at the top end, just was behind, was not going to have it happen. Wade Kubicki, Yardville, New Jersey. The Kubickis bring a couple of fast Fords. Wade's got the Maverick dialed 620. Stephen Dunn, the guy they call Soggy. Pottstown, Pennsylvania, dialed in 624. Win light going to go to Wade Kubicki on that last pass as Soggy goes too quick by 7th thou to get there first by 6th thou. The heck, Soggy, you had a thou to play with. Joey Harrison and Dave Dissinger. Joey in the Mazda. Now 640, 628 for Dissinger. In the Monza. Mazda versus Monza. Not something you get to say every day. Harrison, 14th out early on the pole. Dissinger will be your winner. 14 red, dead, 3 for Joey. Oofta. Everett Foley, Jeremy Stoker, your next pair. Stoker, 648 dial-in out of Elkton, Maryland. 739 for Foley. Double breakout or double red light. This one going to Jeremy Stoker. He was 1 red. Foley was 5 red. 1 red, dead, 5 for Stoker. Moves him to round 3. Vince Cusimano. Cusimano out of Ashton, Pennsylvania, dialed in 663. 586 for Bob DeYoung. Tenth out too soon for Vince. Bob DeYoung gets the win light. Tony Hersey from Marietta, Pennsylvania. Tony's Dakota all in 650. Going to get chased by the Roadster, piloted by Alan Young out of Stevens, Pennsylvania. Dialed in 607. And Hersey turns at 16th down red into the Dakota. Young will be your winner. Kurt Holland and Nathan Mendenhall. What a matchup. Round number 2. Mendenhall dialed 617, 605. The dial in for Holland. Started line advantage going to go to the young man in the S10. See if Holland can make it happen at the top end. Nope. The win light going to go to Mendenhall. 12 and 18 with an 8 on the 617 gets the W. Holland was 32, 25 thou over, 57 pack, 27 behind. The math figures out. Greg Myers. Donnell, New Jersey, Myers Heating and Cooling. Chevy Camaro. It's a good-looking ride up against Tom Scrifignano's S10 out of Middletown, dialed 681. It's going to be Myers beat the win light. Big red eye by 6 thou for Scriff. Next pair, Ed Bendekovitz. I'll get it right eventually. probably by Sunday night. Mendikovich down in 660 to the 722 for Paul Werner. Werner's long roof Malibu. Lucas Oil side of the track. An absolute fixture here at Maple Grove. Not sure what happened to Ed, but will be Paul Werner, as Ed ran dead on with the 3, but when your reaction time is just short of a .2 something, it's not going to work out well against Paul Werner. Ken Bossett, Maryland-based Camaro, down in 664 to a 775 for John Holloway in the El Camino. Another very pretty G-body ride. Elko 005 on the hit. 79 with a 2 on the 775. Bossett got there first by 17th thou, broke up by 19th thou to do it. Richard Seidel and Ray Barlow, your next pair. Seidel, Chevelle, dialed in 570. Massachusetts native going to be chasing Peach Bottom, Pennsylvania's own Ray Barlow, dialed in at 8605. I want to say when I first started seeing Ray years ago, this car, same car, much slower. Things gotten quicker and quicker every time I see it. Now he's a go behind at the start line, needs a little help. Double breakout win light going to go to Seidel. 68 with a 2 on the 570, 18th thou under. Ray Barlow was 20th thou under his 605 dial in, bowing out on that entry. Corey Updegraff and Joe Theodore, your next pair. Theodore dialed 592, 1975 Monza. 606 for Updegraff. Kevin. Ninth thou between them, 32 to a 23. Updegraff advantage. Win light, Updegraff. 23 dead 5 gets the win. A 32 dead 1, 5 thou margin. And the win light for Corey Updegraff. Andy Anderson, who embarrassed Trish early, now races her husband, Kyle Gockley. Andy's thinking this cannot happen. Kyle says, I think I'm going to make it happen. 587 dialing for Kyle, 572 for Andy. Seventh thou the difference. Boy, Kyle still having an issue with his truck. Not sure what happened there, but the win light going to go to Andy. Yes, Kyle is struggling right now. Hopefully he can get it fixed and maybe come back later on for the Krins Automotive Gamblers. But as far as the Darrell Tillman Realty Group main event, he is done, unfortunately. Harvey Philamy Jr., the Suzuki, dialed in 541. Going to be chasing Wayne Skelly. 647 dialing the Blazer. One thou early for Skelly. Philamy, 544 on the 541, gets the win light. Michael Beard, Galloway, Ohio, the 80 Volare, staging light sponsored. Beard has staging light logbooks, some of the best in the business, for sale back at the pit if you want to go see him about those. Help with your data upkeep. Coming against the A1 mulch ride of Kyle Robb. If you need oil, Mike's selling oil as well. Got a couple of cases. Right now, he may or may not have left property to go get barbecue. 9 to a 13, great race between Beard and Robb. Finish line comes up, double breakout win light to Michael Beard. 2 thou under, 214 thou under for Kyle Robb. Beard going to round number 3, Kyle Robb bowing out. And we'll take yellow to the lanes, please. Yellow. Yellow run stickers. That means we've called all of round 2. Yellow. Need you to the lanes. Steve McMillan and Dan Wally coming up next. Start line advantage by 13 thou going to the Disco Nova. And the Disco Nova 20-8 gets the win light. McMillan did get there first. Had to break out to make it happen. So we're going to have Nova on Nova crime once again. The next pair. This time it's the long roof ride of Mike Nessinger out of Stevens, Pennsylvania. $6.16 dial in for Nessinger. Dave Miller, 72 Nova dialed in, 712. Advantage for the 72. The wagon tried to get him. Ain't going to happen. 1 thou margin of victory for Dave Miller. 13 and 14 with an 8 on a 712. 6.16. It was a 39 dead 3 for Nessinger. Does not get it done. Mark Ketterer back up in the 78 Aspen out 741. Going to have James Forever Young in the advanced tree care ride. Dialed in 652, chasing him down. F-body versus F-body. Good F-body, that's the Mopar. Versus, well, just another F-body. Double breakout win light going to go to the Mopar. 2 thou advantage at the start line, 2 thou advantage at the finish line. Both guys 18 thou under the dial, but Ketterer was 5 to a 7 at the hit. Sage Embley, the Crins Automotive Camaro dialed in 615. Coming against Scott Dreyer's Chevette. 1978 Chevette dialed in at a 576. Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. Staggered injectors sticking out. Such a cool ride. Car's been like that a long time. I believe it's been a race car since 1980, if I remember right. Boy, Sage all over it at the start line. 6 dead 3, 9-pack for Sage Embley. 30 dead 8, 29 behind for Scott Dreyer. He's just a spectator on that one. Jeremy Kleinfelter. Kleinfelter dialed 677 to a 738 for Bobby Pipp. Again, if you're in the high rollers, Ray Barlow and Marty Flegel, you guys are in. $250, guys, at the base of the tower. Bobby Pipp. 001, Bobby Pipp, dead 9, 10-pack for Pipp. Getting tough out there. Again, those of you that are on that list for the high roller, Ray Barlow and Marty Flegel, you guys are now in. Had a couple more drop-offs, so if you want to have the opportunity to go to the base of the tower, $250. Anybody else on that list that we called off earlier? I'll run down them here again shortly. Zach Zimmerman, 1995 Camaro Roadster, 678 dial in. There's 575 for Andy Purcell in the Willys. And the Willys got red. Zimmerman will be your winner. 673 on the 678. Mike Barbone, Cam Murray, your next pair. Cam out of Southampton, New Hampshire. The Dakota going to be chasing after Barbone in the Malibu. 200s in the pocket of Cam Murray. And takes 100th at the finish line. 45 of the 3 on the 639. Barbone, 51 and 500s over. Won't get it done. Folks, if you, anybody out there that paid for sweatshirts, if you paid for sweatshirts, those are available. They have them down at the base of the tower. The girls have them at the base of the tower. Win light for any Zagars as Wayne Buckwalter. And the little red Corvette will continue on. Michael Block from Gloucester, Connecticut. Colchester, Connecticut. They all look the same. 763 dial into 624 for Shannon Fordyce. Shannon's Mustang getting ready to do a chasing job. Gonna have to wait almost the whole tree. Just under 3 full lights of a head start. Shannon turned it red. Block 3 to the good. 765 on the 63 gets the win. Fordyce 17th hour red. 100th under. Bows out on that entry. Corey Maloney. Guess saw a little whoop-de-whoop-de for him earlier. Apparently he's got a caliper, brake caliper that was unhappy and almost made the whole car unhappy. 89 probed off 583. Hopefully got it fixed. He's up against Steve Dickey, Schwenksville, Pennsylvania, the 69 Camaro. And Maloney breaks out. Win light going to go to Dickey. Takes a 4th thou margin at the finish line. 628 with a 0 on the 627. Gerard Hamlick. Hamlick on a Hampton Bays, New York. It was the winner of our best losing package in the re-entry round, which will get him a free entry in tonight's Crins Automotive Gamblers race, courtesy of the good folks from Coors Customs. K&R Performance round 3, though. Here he is, still with an entry, 614, against Eric Ott from Douglasville, Pennsylvania, 59 GMC panel van. Ott's good. Hamlick's better. Finish line comes up, it's going to be Hamlick. Nice race right there. Eric Ott was 22 dead 7. Thanks for playing. 10 and 12th thou over the 614 down for Hamlick. Moves on to round number 3. Again, we've called everybody to the staging lanes for round 2. If you should have run round 2 and you have not yet done so, you need to head on up there. And if you were doubled and haven't come back, absolutely need to get there. Kevin Spencer and Douglas Link. Link's Firebird Dowd 657, Old Bridge, New Jersey. 98 Pontiac Formula. 89 Mustang of Kevin Spencer will be the winner as the Firebird fires off a red. 9 red, 1 thou under for Douglas Link. Spencer 20 and 34 with an 8 on a 633 gets the W. Frank Maffiori, Edison, New Jersey, 662 dial in for Frank. Jenny Northrup, Jeannie, dialed in a 590, Pipersville, Pennsylvania. And there's a double red light win light for Jeannie Northrup. She was 11 red, but Frank was 16 red first. Again, with True Start, just the worst red light gets the Final red light. Rob Zetterberg and Kevin Mendenhall, your next pair of the advanced tree care ride of Zetterberg dialed 6 flat to a 6:07 for Mendenhall. Mendenhall, Zetterberg. Start line advantage. Going to go to the advanced tree care ride over the B&M performance ride. Win light going to go to advanced tree care. 21 and 11th out over the 6 flat dial for Zetterberg. Kevin Mendenhall, 6:07 with a 3 on a 6:07, but the 48 light got him. This is one of my favorite eras of darts. If you're not giving me a 65 dart, I'll take a 70 to 72 dart. Had a 72 dart at one point in time. A couple of 70s down here. CJ Ketterer. Actually, his might be a 72. I have to look at the front end. He's dialed 802. 620 for Mike Franek. CJ 004, 805 with an 8 on the 802. Gets the win over Franek. 621 on the 620. 27th out behind, though, due to the reaction time. Scott Smith, Birdsboro, PA, 80 Malibu, and Dan Casey from Thompson, Connecticut, the 85 Capri, dialed 597. A couple of guys that are former champs. NHRA champions. Red light for Smith. Casey, 9 good. Let's eat to 595.5 on the 597. Folks, remember, if you're on this list, you have not yet done so, go to the base of the tower and pay for your high roller entry if you have not yet done so. The Tri-County Performance High Roller. Jimmy Stack, Roy Weenie, Rick Lawrence, Trish Witt, Jeremy Kleinfelter, Dave Dissinger, Joe Theodore, Mike Franek, Mike Nessinger, Bill Maturo Jr., Andrew Bakudo, Jeff Allenbach, Tim Allenbach, Nathan Mendenhall, Denny Mack, Kurt Holland, Paul Werner, Kevin Mendenhall, Anthony D., Mike Barbone, Shane Swigert, Marquise M., Nick Bauman, Matt Richezza, Frank Maffiori Jr., Tom Strific, Nano, Rick Seidel, Kyle Robb, Nick Beeler, Terry Benton, Ray Barlow, and Marty Flegel. You are in as long as you pay. Pete Bushnell getting the win over Jamie Talbert, as Jamie a little later than he has been on his previous passes. Final call for round number 2. Final call for round 2. If you have not yet run round 2, and you should, we need you. Melanie Sue, dial in 627 to 641 for Jeff Allenbach. These guys have stared across the start line at each other more than once. Melanie was late, but she was lucky. Allenbach 6-thou red, and when he sees that ET slip, he's probably going to throw it right into the cylindrical waste receptacle. Next up, Mike Schwal, 85 Kawasaki, down 554. Got kind of like a superhero driving suit on that thing. Schwal ready to go against Evan Paust in the Vega wagon. Houst, gonna be your winner. Schwal turned it red. 554 with a 6 on a 554. That bike is a bad ride off the bottom. He was 7 red, dead 6. Houst will take the win, 31 and 45 with an 8 and a 48. Moves to round 3. Rocco Ciccone Jr., Eastport, New York, 2019 Mustang. Paul Werner Dowd, 722, Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania. Gonna be your winner as Rocco goes red. And Werner, 720 with a 9 on the 722, just for practice. Mike Greiner, Tyler Weicker waiting for the little cleanup down there. Another one of our advanced tree care rides is Tyler Weicker, the new Papa, dialed in 603. Coming out from Columbia, New Jersey. Greiner Chevelle dialed in 585. Mike Conway, you are in. Tyler Weicker all over Greiner at the start line. Greiner was late. Weicker gets the W, 6:14 and only 101, closing it up a little bit. David Wolfinger and Zach Rothenberger coming up next. Zach's 94 Camaro out 7:15, 6:62 for David Wolfinger. Finish line comes up, win light going to go Zach Rothenberger. Double breakout win light. His 13th hour under is 7:15 dialing, 7:13 with a 7, 6:60 with a 3. 17th hour under was David Wolfinger. And the red light Lucas oil sign. Going to get the 3rd gen ride of Scott Carpenter to win light. 590 with a 3 on the 116 miles an hour. About a couple of dusters side by side. It's like Barney versus Oscar the Grouch. Folks, if you were supposed to run round 2 and you haven't, we need you to the lanes, please. If you're supposed to run round 2 and you haven't, we need you to the lanes. We called all cars, all colors. Doubles, blue, red, green, and yellow. Nick Bauman, 674 dial into a 571 for Dennis Kessler. If you won the first round and or the re-entry round and you're supposed to be here, we need you there. Need you now. Kessler turns it red. Bauman will be your winner. Have a 5-minute warning, folks. If you were supposed to run round 2 and you haven't, this is a 5-minute warning. We are getting near the end of this round. Marquez McClure, Limerick, Pennsylvania against Jimmy Stack. 64 Chevelle. Seventh out between Stack and McClure. Stack trying to reel him in. McClure out in front gets the win light. 687 on the 85. 98 miles an hour. Jimmy Stack 561 with the 6 on the 553. Just could not get there. Greg Eachus out of Honeybrook, Pennsylvania. 74 Vega dialed in 590. 578 for Trish Witt. Westchester, Pennsylvania. Somebody called her Tall Jed. I'm not going to say who. And Witt going to be your winner. Greg Eachus goes red. 17 and 79 with a 0 on the 578 for Trish. Jenna Yarnell and Tony DiLeonardo. 2-minute warning, folks. If you were supposed to run round 2 and you haven't, we need you there. Yarnell down 654, 668 for DiLeonardo. Folks, the speed shop is going to close at 3:30. The Maple Grove Speed Shop will close at 3:30. 2,000 between them. DiLeonardo and Yarnell. It's going to be Yarnell getting the win light, getting behind and watching her win light come on. DiLeonardo. Again, absolute final call, folks. Again, we have been making the final calls. Well, folks, you got to send the last pair of cars down the racetrack. Round 3 doubles will take you to 1 and 2. Round 3 doubles will take you to 1 and 2. Round 3 doubles to 1 and 2. Kenny Garofalo, Marty Flegel. Garofalo in deep, ready to go. Start line advantage for Flegel. Win light. Flegel, 8 down margin. 13,566 with a 5 on the 565. Your winner. 32 dead, 4 for Garofalo is 8 down behind. That'll do it for Karen R Performance Engineering round number 2. Marshan Motorsports round number 3. Need you to the lanes. We'll take doubles, and let's take round 3 blue. Round 3 doubles, round 3 blue. Are going to take care of the racetrack for a couple minutes and be back with you shortly.
Thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till.
Hey, our potential buy in round number 3, Marshan Motorsports round 3, gonna be the little red 66 Mustang of Bobby Pipp, car number 120P1. So Bobby Pipp, you are sitting on the potential buy in round number 3. We've called round 3 doubles. We've called round 3 blue. Let's go round 3 red. Round 3 doubles, round 3 blue, round 3 red as we start to cut them numbers down. Joe, pick up your radio. Joe, pick up your radio. In round 3 of the No-Box 660 Shootout being brought to you by Marchand Motorsports, a race car shop. It's a local racer-owned and operated business. Marchand is your ultimate destination for top-notch safety and performance gear that'll take your racing experience to new heights. At Marchand Motorsports, it's safety first. They understand that safety is non-negotiable when it comes to racing. That's why they offer an extensive range of premium safety gear, ensuring you're protected every step of the way. From reliable seatbelts and helmets to cutting-edge fire suppression systems, their products are meticulously curated to provide maximum safety without compromising performance. Not only safety, they are passionate about helping you maximize your performance on the track. With Marchand Motorsports' carefully selected performance gear, you'll have the tools you need to reach new speeds and conquer new challenges. From high-performance tires to suspension upgrades and Jessel belt drives, Marchand Motorsports has you covered from start to finish line. Ready to gear up and elevate your racing game? Visit their website at marchandmotorsports.com. And again, we have called round 3 doubles, round 3 blue, round 3 red. Round 3 doubles, round 3 blue, and round 3 red. And again, sitting on the potential round 3 bye, speaking of red, the little red Mustang of Bobby Pipp. Car number 120P1 will be on the potential bye. Again, want to thank those of you watching on Motor Mania TV. Motor Mania TV powered by Weldon High Performance and brought to you this weekend by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons Construction Bringing you the Dix Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout presented by Saxon Sons Incorporated. Drivers, let's get in, get it suited up. Drivers, let's get in and get them suited up. We have called round 3 doubles. We've called round 3 red, and we've called blue. Round 3 blue, round 3 red, and round 3 doubles have been called to the lanes. Folks, if you're doubled, make sure you hustle back. Again, if you're doubled, make sure you are hustling back. It's going to start getting busy for you in a second if you're staying doubled. Busy in a good way, mind you, but busy nonetheless. And here we go with starting out, Demon versus Duster. Nick Bauman, 674 dialing, Penske side of the racetrack. Going to knock the top ball about versus Kevin Core. Couple of beautiful looking A-body Mopars. Start line advantage going to go to the man from Gibsonia, Pennsylvania. He'll get the win light as well. 675 with a 2 on the 674. Again, did really great at the Jim Harrington race and is just continuing on. Nick Bauman, your winner, going to round 4. Now another member of the Coors Custom team, Kyle Core, in that beautiful 68 Dart. 624 up on the dial-in board. Up against Dave Dissinger out of Landisville, Pennsylvania. Double E controller sponsored 75 Monza dialed in 628. Seventh thou between them. Finish line comes up. Win light going to go to Dissinger. 37 dead 7 gets the win light over Kyle Core. 33 hundredths over. About a couple of Fox bodies getting ready to do battle. Dan Casey, Thompson, Connecticut, the 85 Capri. Dialed 597 against Kevin Spencer's great looking 89 Mustang. Cahuengo, Maryland, dialed in 634. Cahuengo. 29 to an 8. Casey's in a groove right now. He's going to be tough to beat if he keeps that up. 598 with a 6 and a 597. Spencer got there first by 2 thou, broke out by 7 thou to do it. Let's go round 3 green, round 3 green. And again, if you're doubled up in round 3, I would hustle up. Round 3 green. Looks like Kevin Spencer leaving a little Mustang juice on the ground. Next up, John Holloway. Super clean little 84 Chevy El Camino out of Columbus, New Jersey. Pete Bushnell from Manchester, Connecticut, the 89 Mustang. Going to be doing the chasing. Eighth hour early for Bushnell. Alloway will be your winner. Holds it to the woods, 776. He's 22 dead, 3. Nice pass. Pete Bushnell, 8 red, 45 with the 3 on the 644. Next up, Kyle Murray and Matt Richeza. Ches dialed in at a 584. Ches, Cheese, Mattiar. Murray knocks the top bulb out. Richeza in and set. 4th out between them. The excellent race you would expect between these two. Finish line comes up. Ches goes too quick. Took 9, broke out by 5. 17 dead, 8. Kyle Murray gets the job done. Hey, we are taking sign-ups for the Krins Automotive Gamblers race, $80. Base of the tower, $80, base of the tower. Krins Automotive Gamblers race, $80 at the base of the tower. We are taking sign-ups for that at this time, $80. Base of the tower for the Krins Automotive Gamblers race. While you're down there, make sure you get an event shirt. $20 for an event shirt. Give them $100, you get a Krins Automotive Gamblers entry and a shirt. If you want to double in the Gamblers race, give them $200, get 2 shirts. See how that works? Stephen Dickey, Dylan Moyer, your next pair. Moyer's dart out 664. We'll be leaving first. Stephen Dickey got 3 minutes to make up. Moyer out in front, getting the win light. 35 and a 100th over, taking all of it and getting the W. Dickey was late and late. Steve McMillan and Randy Bronowell. Bronowell out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, dialed 651, 603 for Steve McMillan. And to the finish line they go. 15th hour difference. Win light going to go to Steve McMillan. 48 dead 8 gets the win light. Bronowell had the better light. Just took too big a chunk at the finish line. Ernie Zagars and Mike Tell, the 5th gen, going to be your winner as Zagars turned it red in the red car. Again, if you're doubled up, make sure you are getting back in a hurry. As Jana Embley and Paul Werner, your next pair. Werner dialed in at a 722. The wagon going to be chasing the Blazer. Dialed in a 768. Trip zip to 002. Embley, Werner to the finish line they go. Win light gonna go to Werner. Emily was trip zip, but 28 thou over, not good enough. Werner 002, 21 thou over, gets the W. Rory Krupp, Reading, Pennsylvania, 620 dial into the 637 for Mark Pettit Demange. Five thou behind is Mark. Rory's got the start line advantage and the win light on the double breakout. He's 6 thou under. Mark is 14 thou under and bowing out. Nathan Mendenhall and Wyatt Kubicki coming up next. Kubicki in the Mustang, dialed in at a 593. 617 for Nathan Mendenhall. We'll take yellow, round 3 yellow. And again, if you're doubled up, make sure you got back. Round 3 yellow, that means we've called all of round 3. People are throwing things at Billy already. It's only Friday. It's a little early for that. Again, we'll take yellow run stickers. That means we've called everybody for round 3. If you won round 2 and you should be run round 3 and you haven't done so yet, please do so. Nathan Mendenhall, starting line advantage over Wyatt Kubicki. Mendenhall will be your winner. Harvey Philamy Jr., 85 Suzuki, dial 543. Going to be chasing Michael Beard. 687 dial in for the staging light Valari. Mosier Engineering, Mickey Thompson. Hot Shot Secret, Trick Flow, Brucey Transmissions and Converters, Sloan Racing Engines, all sorts of good stuff. Some of the stickers are too small for me to read. Nine to an 18. Finish line comes up, win light gonna go to the bike. As Beard could not get there, 7th out margin of victory for Harvey Philamy Jr. Kyle Robb and Dave Miller. Seventh out between Robb and Miller. And here Robb on that throttle return spring pretty good, getting the win light. 9th out margin of victory over Dave Miller. Denny Renninger and Jeremy Stoker, your next pair. Renninger dialed in 742. 648 for Stoker. Going to be your win as Denny Renninger went 6 red. Hey guys, we're down to Soggy Duns, Sage Embley, Tanner Kutsaris. You guys are all in at this point, if you want to be. Sage, Soggy, and Tanner. $250. Sage, Soggy, and Tanner. At the base of the tower, that's for the Tri-County Performance High Roller Race. Bob DeYoung and Alan Yount. Yount dialed in 607, 586 for Bob DeYoung. $15,000 advantage for a Roadster. Win light for the Roadster. 608 with a 0 on the 607. 17 light. 32 light and 400s over for DeYoung. Bows out. Denny McCloskey down 659 to 664 for Greg Myers. Again, we've called all of round 3. We have called all of round 3. Advantage. McCloskey's got 300s in his pocket. The Myers Heating and Cooling Camaro in trouble. Win light going to go to McCloskey. 661 with the 3 on the 59 at 98 miles an hour. Backing into that. 11th out margin of victory. Richard Seidel and Wade Kubicki. Kubicki in the 72 Maverick out of Yardville, New Jersey. And Kubicki turned to 10th out red. Seidel will be your winner. Going to round number 4. Next pair out, Sage Emily. Jeannie Northrup. Krinz Automotive, the sponsor, Krinz Automotive, bringing tonight's Gamblers race. Again, we're taking signups for the Krinz Automotive Gambler at the base of the tower, $80. You can double. There will be no buybacks in that. One thou early for Jeannie Northrup. Going to hand the win light over to Sage Emily. Oh, Jeannie. 1 red, dead 2. Oof. So close to perfection there. Sage Emily, 004, 616 with a 9 on the 615. Next up, Scott Carpenter at 590 dial in, Poughkeepsie, New York. 83 Camaro going to be doing the chasing. It's Corey Updegraff, dialed 606. And the win light for Corey, as Carpenter was a little late, and then a little early, making up for the little bit late. Actually had 2 thou to play with down there. Just took 37, needed to take 2 thou or less. Dan Wally and Evan Paust. Advantage Wally, win light, Wally 14, 6 flat with a 5 on the 598, Evan Paust. Now Mike Greiner in the Chevelle, 585 down, 764 for Michael Block. Greiner turns at 25 thou red, Block 24 to the good. The SN 95 bodied Mustang, 766 on the 64. Gets the W. Comes the 78 Aspen of Mark Kitterer. Go ahead. Ketterer and Kevin Mendenhall. Ketterer got to make a little magic happen, Mendenhall. Well, he's a magic killer. Win light. Rob Zetterberg, Dave Dissinger. And win light going to go to Dissinger. 4th out margin at the finish line. Zetterberg, 32 dead 1, not going to be good enough. Absolutely final call for round 3. Final call for round 3. If you're not there, you're late. Final call for round 3. CJ Ketterer, Kevin Core, couple Mopars doing battle. Ketterer dialed 804. 699 for Core. Win light going to go to CJ on the double breakout, 17 and 18th out under. Marquez McClure, Kyle Core, excuse me. 5th out between them. Finish line comes up, double breakout, win light for Kyle Core. He is 15th out under. Marquez McClure was 24th out under. Zach Zimmerman, the Camaro Roadster, down in 674 to a 580 for Trish Witt. Witt has the starting line advantage, 4th out in her pocket, and the win light going over to Trish Witt. 582 of the 6 on the 580, 118 miles an hour going to round 4 on that entry too. Zach Zimmerman, 37 and 38 thou over, 16th thou behind. Andy Anderson and Gerard Hamlick. Gerard out 614. Primer grade Camaro, going to be moving up Penske side, Lucas Oil side. Andy Anderson down 572 out of York, Pennsylvania. Four to a 44. Advantage, Hamlick. Hamlick gets the win light. Tony will be your winner. Gerard, excuse me. 615 with the 2 on a 14, 16 pack. Andy Anderson mathematically eliminated at the starting line. Nick Bauman and Dan Casey. 2 bad dudes up there. One of them's about to lose an entry. 674 dialing for Bauman, 597 for Casey. Is on an absolute tear right now, and he's going to be your winner. $8 margin of victory. 24 dead 4 for Casey, not going to be good enough. Nick Bauman will be your winner. Yeah, 675 with the 4 and the 74 and a 6 light. Paul Werner, Dennis Kessler, your next pair. Kessler's Duster. By the way, I want to thank Tony from Paradise Island Entertainment. Brought me up a little shish kebab action there. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you to Paradise Island Resort Entertainment. 5 thou early for Kessler on the let go. Werner 13 to the good. 720 with a 4 on the 722. Pete Bushnell out of Connecticut once again up there with the 646 dial-in. Going to be chasing Jenna Yarnell 654. An absolute final call for round 3. If you're not there, you are late. Big time start line advantage for the young lady from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. Gets down there and does the right thing at the finish line, gets the win light, 656 at 100. Bushnell breaks out by 4 thou, still behind by 23 thou. Cam Murray, Tyler Weicker. Weicker down at 606, 640 for Cam. Red eye popping for Murray. Joe, answer your radio. You get yelled at. Win light for Weicker. Next pair up, you got Steve Dickey and Melanie Sue. Steve dialed in 627. $628 for Melanie Sue, so almost heads up. Melanie Sue goes big red, win light, gonna go to Steve Dickey. 629 with an 8 on to 627. Kevin Spencer, Zach Rothenberger. Rothenberger in the Camaro, trying to stay out in front of the Mustang of Spencer, but it's going to be Spencer getting the win light. 637, 100 miles an hour. Marty Flegel and Scott Carpenter. Flegel's 67 Nova, now 565, 583 for Scott. Carpenter and Flegel. Start line advantage. Carpenter. Win light. Carpenter. 8-0. 8-pack on Marty. 22 and 10 thou under. Still 4 thou behind. A great drag race there by Scott Carpenter. Your bye run, Bobby Pip. Palmer, Pennsylvania. There's a lot of P's there. 66 Mustang. 738 dial in. Bobby, 738 with a 5 on the 38. Round 4 doubles, we'll take you. Round 4 doubles, we will take you. Hey folks, so what we're doing is we are taking some entries at this point in time for our Krins Automotive Gamblers race. We know some folks showed up after we started first round with the intention of running the Gamblers race tonight. If you have not been down the racetrack, new combo, you have not been down the racetrack, new combo, not just haven't been down at all. We know some folks have had to switch cars already. We will have a time trial. We will have a designated time trial for the Krins Automotive Gamblers race for new combo only. If you've been down the racetrack already, that is your time trial. Folks, the concession stand will be closing at 4 today. That is half an hour from now, so if you have not yet gotten some food from there, I'd suggest you do so. The concession stand will be closing at 4 o'clock today. And once again, I want to thank Tony from Paradise Island Entertainment, who brought me a shish kebab that I shish destroyed. Hey, Jana Embley, you did not win that last round, but you will get a Marchand Motorsports Round 3 gift certificate.
You held me back when I tried to move on from your life. So you stole my life but clarity. So hold me back, now you're here. Cause I'm mad, show no fear. Wanna let you know just how it feels. Oh no, 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 no. Don't you think it did? There's no way we could be. No, oh no, 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 no. I know the way you look at me. I know it too well. Now I'm bulletproof. You might find you're gone, but I'm flying high. I'm bulletproof. I will never touch the ground. You can never bring me down. You can never bring me down. Can never.
So again, those of you that are wondering about the Crins Automotive Gamblers, if you have not been down the racetrack yet today, you will get a time trial for the Crins Automotive. We will set aside a designated time as we're getting down to the small numbers. Again, we need our doubles to the lanes. I know 2 of the 3 of them are there, and normally 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but we're waiting on Paul Werner. Once again, Paul Werner, we do need you the staging lanes. You're one of our doubles, and we need to get you to the front of the lanes. So if you could please do so, that way we can call the rest of the field. So again, folks, if you are on that list and you have not yet talked to our guys, we've talked to the J Brothers, Joe, Jed, and Jake. Make sure if you are getting, if you need to bow out that list, we're trying to build the 32. We are right now Jim Stack, Rick Lawrence, Trish Witt, Jeremy Kleinfelter, Dave Dissinger, Mike Franek, Bill Vituro Jr., Jeff Allenbach, Tim Allenbach, Nathan Mendenhall, Denny Mack, Kurt Holland, Paul Werner, Kevin Mendenhall, Tony D, Mike Barbone, Shane Swigert, Marquis Zim, Nick Bauman, Matt Richeza, Frank Malfory Jr., Tom Scripignano, Rick Seidel, Kyle Robb, Nick Beeler, Terry Benton, Marty Flegel, Mike Conway, Sage Emily, Soggy Dunn, Tanner Kutseris, and Mark Schwalm. We'll take the rest of round 4. We need the rest of round 4. Let's go, racers. We need the rest of round 4 at this time, please. Everybody, round 4. Let's go. Once again, all cars, all colors, still in round 4. Need you to the lanes, please. Again, we do need all around 4 to the staging lanes. All around 4, need you there. Need you now.
Falling headlong into the inside round. Whoa. It all blackened out and you woke up on the floor, trying to stand
Hey, we are taking extra entries, by the way. If we have one entry open for our Tri-County Performance High Roller, contact Joe. Again, round 4, getting ready to head out. Hey, cool thing, kids. Win or lose this round, you got money coming. Folks, and remember, you will have to fill out a W-9 in order to receive checks. So they will not be sent without a W-9. No, if there's any issues, Shane, I just want to do it so bad, but I won't. So again, make sure you filled out a W-9 if you've got money coming, so we can send you the check. So again, all of round 4 should be in the lanes. All of round 4 should be in the lanes. All cars, all sticker colors.
So this is how we end up. Shades of blue and gray. I feel just like an empty bottle. My dreams are on delay. I just wanna climb on top of a hill and throw it all away, away. Take me far away before my mind spins off and I am all derailed, derailed. Just drive all the way to the rainbow's end. Just drive, and we'll never turn our backs again.
Nick Bauman and Paul Werner, your first pair. Bauman dialed in 674. Gibsonia, Pennsylvania. The Plymouth Duster in green. Mean Green Nadine up against Paul Werner, dialed 722. Paul on his other entry, sitting on the potential buy. And Bauman has 11th thou in his pocket and the win light on his side. Paul Werner loses one, but again, if the numbers work out right, Paul is sitting on a true buy. We'll find out later. You never know. Next pair up, Dylan Moyer and Dave Dissinger. Dave Dissinger down in at a 628. Dave also doubled, trying to stay so. Moyer's 70 dart, trying to keep him from doing it. 13th down between them. And the win light will go to Dissinger. 23 dead, 9, getting the win light over Moyer. Moyer took 4/10,000ths of a second at the finish line, but had to break out to do it by 4/1000ths. Alan Yount, 6:07 dial in against the 95 Mustang of Michael, blocked out 7:65. Here they come, Block. Yount trying to reel them in. Block had the start line advantage, just took too much finish line. Yount gets behind, gets the W. 7:63 on a 65 for Block, no good. 6:09 with a 5 on the 6:07 and a 58 light for Yount. Good enough to get the W. Now Nathan Mendenhall and Corey Updegraff, your next pair. Corey's dialed in 6:06. The 78 boot to the 6:17 for Mendenhall. Both racers up against the converter. Big start line advantage going to go to Mendenhall. Over 400s on his pocket, and it's going to be him getting the win light. 20 with a 3 on the 6:17 as we continue on with Marty's Garage round 4. Absolute final call for round 4. If you're supposed to run round 4 and you're not back, you're late. Richard Seidel and Steve Dickey. Dickey dialed 6:28, 5:70 for Seidel. Foul between them. The Chevelle from Massachusetts gets it done. 25 dead, 7 beats the 26 and 17th thou over for Steve Dickey. So Richard Seidel, your winner. Next pair up, Tyler Weicker and Dan Wally. Wally down 598, 76 Nova out of Reading. Going to be chasing Weicker's S10 out of Columbia, New Jersey. Advanced tree care. It's 13 to a 16. The Disco Nova trying to chase down the S10. Gets it done. Wally, 6 flat with a 4 on the 598, your winner. Harvey Philomey Jr., the Suzuki down 543. Going to be chasing Kevin Mendenhall's Parkersburg, Pennsylvania-based B&M Performance Nova. Harvey, who was 009 last pass, was not this time, and it's going to be Mendenhall getting the win light. Many of you are familiar with Marty Flegel. Seasoned drag racer, has been part of the racing community for years. But you know, Marty also owns a reputable mechanic shop conveniently located right down the road in Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Whether it's routine maintenance for your daily drivers or specialized work for your race cars, Marty's Garage is equipped to deliver top-notch quality service. Marty's true expertise, however, lies in his extensive knowledge and exceptional craftsmanship when it comes to carbs. Take a moment to observe the cars at the Grove, and you'll notice that a significant number of them feature carburetors tuned by Marty himself. If you're in need of any automotive assistance for your vehicle or experience stumbling issues that are holding you back at the track, don't hesitate to reach out to Marty. Give him a call at 717-859-3862, and he'll ensure your car receives the attention it deserves, allowing you to confidently conquer the racetrack. Jeremy Stoker, Sage Embley. It's going to be Stoker on the double breakout. 3,000 under to 300s over for Sage. I hope people hear you on Motor Mania, Trish. CJ Ketterer and Mike Tell. We're going to have a singing competition later on. It's just going to be Trish Gockley and nobody else. Ketterer and Tell. It's going to be Tell going to round 5. 7:08 with a 3 on the 7:07. Ketterer gave up 13th out at the start line, took 16th out at the finish line, basically needed to be dead zero to a couple more decimal points. I'm saying there was a chance. John Alloway in the El Camino. A couple of good-looking hot rods up there. The El Codal, all 7s like he's at Vegas or something, or Morgantown. 626 dial in for Kyle Core in Myerstown, Pennsylvania. The Core's Custom Dart. Still rocking and rolling and looking pretty. Jake wheels off lead. Start line advantage to Core. Win light going to Core. Steve McMillan, Gerard Hamlick. Hamlick out of Hampton Bays, New York. 614 dial into a 603 for McMillan. Fourth out between Hamlick and McMillan. Finish line comes up. It's going to be the win light by 2 thou. 18 dead 8 beats the 22 dead 6 of Hamlick. Hamlick, second time today he's had a killer combo and has not been good for him. Kyle Murray, 95 Dakota dialed 640. The Dakota going to be chasing after the Firebird of Denny McCloskey dialed 660. Murray knocks the top bulb out. Denny's got a couple to play with down at the finish line, but goes too quick. Denny 5 thou under to 2 thou under for Kyle Murray. Gets the W. And Murray in the Dakota continues on. Jenna Yarnall. Kennett Square, Pennsylvania against Kyle Robb from Denver, Pennsylvania. The A1 Mulch, A1 Motorsports, Chevy 2. And the red light for Kyle Robb. Jenna's going to round 5. Kyle will be sad. Scott Carpenter, Kevin Spencer. Spencer dialed in 634. The Mustang going to get chased by the Camaro down 583. Carpenter will be your winner. Hey folks, we are going to run our gamblers, again, new entry time trials for gamblers. We're going to run that after round 5. We're in round 4 right now. We'll run that after round 5. And we're going to begin round 1 of the gamblers after round 6. Trish Witt, Dan Casey. Casey dialed 597. 85 Capri coming up against Trish. Dialed in 585. And the no-box 660 Shootout Camaro. Witt should be Casey, will be Casey on the double breakout. 596 of the 6 and the 597. Trish gave up a couple hundreds at the start line, and that cost him. Rory Krupp and Bobby Pipp. Pipp, 100th in the hole versus Krupp. It's going to be Pipp getting the win, though, dead on 0. That little Mustang is a wicked little machine. Rory Krupp slows way down at the finish line trying to get behind. Final pair, and then our bye run. Folks, whoever wins this round is still doubled and will be our last double. Could it be Dave Dissinger, Landisville, Pennsylvania, the 75 Monza, dialed 628, or Nick Bauman from Gibsonia, Pennsylvania, dialed 673. And the red light for Bauman. Dissinger will remain doubled in the street car. 626 the 1 on the 628. And Paul Werner, 722 with a 1 on the 721, goes to round 5. So again, that will conclude Marty's Garage round 4. Hey, we are going to run off of Mr. Dissinger. Once Mr. Dissinger has made his way back, he's our last double. We will then call everybody else. So before we call IC Salesmaster Corporation, round number 5, ISC Salesmaster Corporation. Again, we'll wait for Dave Dissinger. Once he is back in the lanes, we'll call the rest of yins. Sitting on the potential buy this round, if there is one, lane choice if there isn't, Dan Casey, C136X, will be sitting on that.
So this is how we end up. The game is set to play. Every day remains the same now. One decision we obey. I just wanna climb on top of a hill and throw it all away, away. Take me far away before my mind spins off and I am on derailed, derailed. Just ride all the way to the rainbow's end. Just ride, and we'll never turn our backs again.
Your attention in the pits, your attention in the pits. We now need all remaining racers in competition for the main event to the staging lanes, please. Once again, we need all remaining entries for the main event to the staging lanes, please.
So again, we will take the rest of round 5. Hey, we do have some unclaimed best losing packages at the base of the tower. Chris Gagne, the K&R Performance Round 2 $100 gift certificate, that's down there for you. And Gerard Hamlick, second time today. I'm sure that's something he's thrilled about. Getting a Lucas Oil Slick Mist detail kit courtesy of Marty's Garage.
Narrow streets and dusty roads I've lingered on for far too many years.
We are calling ISC Salesmaster Corporation, round number 5 to the lanes. Need reliable packaging solutions or industrial supplies? Look no further than ISC Salesmaster Corporation. Their dedicated team of packaging consultants has earned the trust of manufacturers across the Northeast for decades. They know how crucial it is to prepare and protect your valuable products during shipping, whether they're headed to local markets or global destinations. At ISC Salesmaster Corporation, they have comprehensive selection of essential items to meet all your packaging needs, from boxes, bags, tape, foam, and plastic wrap to bubble wrap, strapping pallets, and janitorial supplies. They got it all. Founded by Paul Northrup and currently run by Dave, Tim, Tom, and Dan Northrup. All Northrups. There's a lot of them. Also working for ISC are Sam and Madison Northrup, who have both been highly involved in the motocross scene racing from young ages. Paul, Brad, John, and Jeannie are the esteemed drag racers who have become familiar faces at the track. In terms of their history in drag racing, the Northrop family have raced an NHRA competition eliminator for a long time, as well as running stock, super comp, and super gas. Check them out at salesmastercorp.com to place an order and see what they have to offer. So again, we've called ISC round 5. Let's get you to the lanes.
You were 3 years older, but you didn't seem to know where you belonged. Lay your burden onto me, and I will right you every way that you've been wronged. And like an apple, we was all
I see Salesmaster getting some tape rolls down there, some, as we call it, racers tape, as well as, I believe, ATI Performance Products out of Baltimore, Maryland, will be contributing prizes all weekend long. And we want to thank ATI Performance Products. Again, right down the road in Baltimore. American-made, American-built rides. Huge facility there. I've gotten to tour it a couple times. Converters, dampers, transmissions, and parts for your transmissions coming from ATI. Transmission fluid also available from ATI. Some of the best, most sought out stuff after there. And then we want to thank ATI Performance Products for being a big part of this JBrothers Promotions second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout presented by Saxon Sons Incorporated. Getting ready here shortly for ISC round number 5. Here at Maple Grove, the House of Chaos.
bound to grow those little weeds into trees crowned in the velvet sky.
Folks, get in your vehicles. We are waiting on one car. He's not there yet. We're going to start running now. He'll get there. Standby, short standby call for our new entry time trials for the Gamblers race. Short standby call for our new entry time trials for the Gamblers race. Short standby call for our new entry time trials for the Gamblers race. Going to be calling in the lanes in just a couple of minutes. Dave Dissinger, our last double. 628 dial in for Dissinger. Trying to keep two in. Coming up against Jeremy Stoker. (12-2). ISC round number 5 starting out with a bang. A win light going to go to Stoker. Dissinger took 6, needed to take 5 or less, and we are out of doubles. Jeremy Stoker going to round number 6. Hey. Scott Carpenter and Alan Yount. Hey, if new entry time trials for our gamblers need you to 7 and 8. New entry time trials for our gamblers to 7 and 8. Scott Carpenter, Alan Yount. Win light is going to go to Alan Yount. Again, the better light for his opposition, but Carpenter could not get there. Dan Wally and Kyle Core. Disco Nova dialed in 598. Old school Dodge Dart dialed in 624. Dan Wally is on a rip. 9 dead 8 for Wally, your winner. 17-pack Core was mathematically eliminated at the start line. 26 ran 4 thou under and was still 5 thou behind. Kyle Murray, 639 down in Southampton, New Hampshire, in the Dakota. The Murray boys do pretty well at this track usually. 639 down in 604 for Steve McMillan. Steve McMillan, 5 margin, top land. Win light is going to go to Kyle Murray, 14, 40 with a 7 on a 39, gets the W, 12 thou under for McMillan. Jenna Yarnall and Mike Tell. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack for Tell, the 5th gen Camaro, 707 dial in. Jenna going to wait just a little bit over one light and start the chase. There's 5 thou between them this time. Finish line comes up, win light on the double breakout. Mike Tell, 1 thou under. Jenna, 4 thou under. Good tight racing going on here in ISC round number 5. Nathan Mendenhall, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. He's going to dial in 6:15. We'll be leaving first with Richard Seidel chasing for the Massachusetts native in the 67 Camaro dial 570. Mendenhall. 11th thou, wrong side for Nathan. Puts that entry down for the day. Leslie gets into the Crins Automotive Gamblers race. Richard Seidel gets the win. 24 dead, 3 for Seidel. Next pair, you got Kevin Mendenhall and Bobby Pip. Pip is dialed in 739 in the Little Red Mustang. 607 for Mendenhall. Again, gamblers, we need you, the staging lanes. If you are a new entry only, new entry time trial for gamblers, new entry only time trial for gamblers to 7 and 8, please. New entry only time trials for gamblers to 7 and 8. Bobby turns it red. Green light popping on for Kevin Mendenhall. Nick Bauman, Paul Werner. We've seen this movie before. 674 dial-in. Paul Werner's hoping for a different ending. 721 for the Seeking Springs, Pennsylvania native. Seventh thou advantage for Bauman. Werner, Bauman side by side. Finish line comes up. It's going to be a double breakout win light for Bauman. He's 5 thou under, and Werner is 12 thou under. Your final pair going to be Dan Casey and Dave Dissinger. Casey from Thompson, Connecticut. 597 dial-in, 1985 Mercury Capri. 627 dial-in for Dave Dissinger. In the 1975 Monza Town Coupe. And Casey, 9th thou, wrong side, ends his day in the main event. Darrell Tillman Realty Group Friday. He runs it out to the quarter. 627 of the 7 on the 627 for Dissinger and a 24 light, your winner. And Casey will park his hot rod again. New entry time trials only for the Gamblers race. New entry time trials, new combo time trials for the Gamblers. You got here a little bit late. You did not get a chance to get down the racetrack earlier today, did not go in the Darrell Tillman Realty Group main event. But you want to be in tonight's Crins Automotive Gamblers. We need you to the lanes, please. We are going to start by running our Gamblers time trials now. And then after we run round number 6 of the main event, we're going to start round number 1 of the Gamblers race, the Crins Automotive Gamblers. Racers in our main event. So those of you in the main event, those 9 racers left in the main event, we will take you back to lanes 1 and 2 as soon as you're ready. We'll take you back to 1 and 2 as soon as you're ready. Let me get the bye from. Yep, we are in round robin. We are in that little fat bird. I'll need to look at. Sitting on the potential bye this round is going to be number 1222, Jeremy Stoker. So he's automatically, as long as everybody shows up, automatically going to end up in the quarters. Jeremy Stoker, you are sitting on the potential bye, car number 1222, your first-gen Camaro. Round 5, ISC Round 5, best losing package going to Scott Carpenter. Scott, you can collect that at the base of the tower. Go see the ladies. We, again, we'll take round 6 to the lanes as soon as you all are ready. And final call for our new entry time trials for the gamblers. Final call. New entry time trial for the gamblers. If you want to get in the gamblers, you can still sign up. That will be at the base of the tower. You see the ladies sitting out there. They are waiting your presence. If you'd like to get in the gamblers race, if you're sitting on the fence, get off the fence and get to the base of the tower. It hurts. And again, we are collecting money for the high rollers. If you want to sign up as an alternate, we are currently full, but we also are waiting on payment. So we are collecting money for the high rollers. If you want to sign up, again, $250 to enter, 32 cars, 5 rounds, 6,000, winner takes all. If there's any other deals made prior to that, that's up to you. What happens in the split stays in the split. But 5 rounds could be $6,000. Could make for a pretty nice weekend already.
make me feel like you're here again. Like you're here again, here again, here
Hey, Dave Dissinger, waiting on you. Scott Emily in the car, the S10 they call side piece. Had an issue earlier today with Sally. Took Sally home, got side piece out. Tex Miller, the Mustang fastback. Miller still having some issues. Car did not sound healthy at the top end of the racetrack. Drag Race Solutions, round number 6. Home of collector tethers and the game-changing just-in-time button. Drag Race Solutions is the ultimate destination for all your racing needs. With the coolest parts in the industry, Drag Race Solutions has earned its reputation in today's racing world. Their quality products have been proven time and again, going above and beyond to help drivers like you thrive in your racing career. When it comes to holding your headers together, look no further than the original collector tethers. These innovative solutions keep your exhaust system secure and reliable, giving you peace of mind on the track. If you're looking for that extra edge over the competition, Drag Race Solutions have you covered with their mechanical trans brake button and much more. But it's not just about the products, it's about the people behind them. Drag Race Solutions is a proud American company that's passionate about supporting racers like you. Their dedication, customer service, and commitment to help your racing career grow sets them apart. Visit dragracesolutions.com today to explore their impressive lineup of products and give them a call at 615-587-2027. Experience the dragracesolutions.com difference, and Mike Tells going to the quarters. 707.6 on the 707 gets the win like Dan Wally. 33 pack, no good. Nick Bauman and Richard Seidel. Seidel dialed in a 570, 673 for Bauman. Big time start line advantage. He got 3 in his pocket. Bauman goes too quick. Seidel drops him off and gets the win light. 1 thou under for Seidel, 6 thou under for Bauman. So Seidel goes to the quarters. Alan Yount, Kevin Mendenhall. Mendenhall dialed in 607, heads up with Alan Yount. Again, a couple of regulars here. Probably looked across the start line at each other more than once. B&M Performance Nova. Identical reaction times. To go along with the heads up lead, top end, it's going to be going to Alan Yount. 20 dead, 9 gets the win light over Mendenhall's 20 and 608 with a 9 on the 607. 10th out margin of victory. Yount is in the quarters. 1 spot left. The lone Mopar left. That is Kyle Murray, Southampton, New Hampshire. 95 Dakota dialed 638, 627 for Dave Dissinger. The 75 Monza Town Coupe. Your Byron Jeremy Stoker sitting in the water. Three thou between them. Finish line comes up. Win light will go to Dave Dissinger. 3 thou margin of victory over Kyle Murray. 29 with a 6 on the 627 for Dissinger. Kyle Murray, 640 with a 6 on a 638 and a 23 light. The 3 thou at the starting line ended up being the 3 thou at the finish line for Dissinger. Jeremy Stoker with the freebie. Gambler doubles. Gambler doubles. Need you the staging length at this time. Gambler doubles. Gambler doubles to 5 and 6. Gambler doubles to 5 and 6 at this time, please. $200 gift certificate down there for you. If you're going to lose, lose with class. As we get ready for Road Runner Race Fuels. Let me do that all together. You believe they pay me to talk? Road Runner Race Fuels, round 7. As soon as the racers get back in, we'll get the ladder set up and set down there. Again, we need gamblers doubles. Gamblers doubles. Need you to the lanes, please. Gamblers doubles.
We might as well rock and roll.
Then gamblers, we'll take all gamblers. We've called gambler doubles. We'll take all gamblers. Gamblers, we will take you to lanes, please. Gamblers, need you to lanes. We'll take all gamblers to the staging lanes, please. All gamblers will take you to the staging lanes at this time. Let's go, gamblers. Krins Automotive Gamblers will take you to the lanes at this time, please. Again, we do need our gamblers to the lanes, please. Gamblers, and we also need our Daryl Tillman Realty group. Main event back to lanes 1 and 2 for laddering. So again, gamblers should be in the lanes. Gamblers should be in the lanes. Getting ready to pull you out for round number 1 of the Krins Automotive Gamblers. Our No-Box 660 Shootout Friday Night Gamblers Race is brought to you by Krins Automotive. Get ready to experience top-notch auto repair and maintenance services at Krins Automotive in Easton, Pennsylvania. Established in 1982, their expert team's been providing high-quality work on all makes and models of vehicles. They offer a wide range of services, including Pennsylvania state inspections, alignments, notary services, PA transfer titles, and more. You can trust Krins Automotive to help keep your vehicle running smoothly and safely down the road. Visit Krins Automotive today and see why they are the go-to destination for car owners in Easton and beyond.
Been 20 nights and 20 days, lost without a friendly face, no reflection from my soul, emptiness is rising tall, calling to my brighter side, wishing for a place to hide, a place to leave the dark in me forever and ever. Chasing sunlight, racing for life, breaking silence to master the lies. You can tell the story, but I can deal. Tell it again just to make it real. I am on the run, I am chasing light. I'm finally a part.
Pete Bushnell and Vince Cusimano going to start things off. Bushnell down in 645 in the Mustang, 664 for Vince in the Oldsmobile. Again, folks can double in this gambler's race, but there is no buybacks. Starting line advantage going to go to the Fox Bonnie. Bushnell goes too quick by 1/1000. Win light going to go to Cusimano. He fooled me. Took way too much finish line. Mark Schwalm and Dan Casey. Schwalm on the motorcycle dot 554. 597 for Casey. Just out in the last round of the main event. Rolled right back around, says, I gotta go. I got racing to do. Whew. Schwal is a deadly man on that two-wheeler. 007. 56 with a 1 on the 54, gets the win light. Dan Casey, 33, 3,000 under and 2,000 behind. Soggy Dunn, 623 dial in for Soggy. Joe Holloway dialed in 776 in the El Camino. $2,000 between them. Soggy's trying to reel him in. Gets to the finish line. It's going to be Soggy done. 21-0 gets the win light. As Holloway had $2,000 to play with, but took 16. Couple cool looking hot rods up here. The S10 of Andy Anderson, 573 dial in, 664 for Greg Myers. .005 to 32, Andy Anderson. Win light for Andy, 574 on the 573 dial-in, 16,000 margin. Myers was dead zero, but 32 light won't get it done in that situation. 32 dead zero will win you a bunch of rounds. That's just not one of them. Couple of second-gen Camaros, again, early second-gen Camaro. Bob D. Young coming up against Kurt Holland from Whitehall, Pennsylvania. I think these guys have faced off before earlier today, if I remember correctly. Holland lays down all zeros. 6th out red, and Kurt Holland was one pack. Angie Moyer and Jeremy Kleinfelter. Kleinfelter dialed in a 678, 684 for Moyer in the Duster. And the double red light W going to Jeremy Kleinfelter. He was 1 red. Angie was 27 red. Kleinfelter will be your winner. We do have True Start operating, but in that case, didn't matter. Tanner Koutsaris, Mike Franek, your next pair. Franek in the dart, dialed 621. 589 for Koutsaris. Red light for Koutsaris in the Krins Automotive Camaro. 621 dial, 620 with a 0. Lucas Oil side for Franek. Alan Yount, we need you to the lanes, please. Alan Yount, need you to the lanes. Rocco Saccone, 840 dial in the Mustang against Kyle Robb. Dialed 604. 100 between them. Saccone going to go down there, light the brake lights up a little bit, but not enough. That's all right. He was mathematically eliminated by Robb. Anyways, 31-6 gets it done. The 41 light and 21 thou under parks it for Rocco. Jamie Talbert. in Alan Yount, we need you to the rear staging. Alan Yount, need you there, please. Talbert can't get it done. Win light will go to the Nova, 669 on 64, 6-down margin of victory. Scott Dreyer coming up next against Joe Theodore. Dreyer in the Chevette, dialed in 576. He injected a wild little ride. Ninth thou between them. Dreyer in the Chevette versus the Monza. It's going to be the Monza. 5 thou margin in the win light going. Penske side to Joe Theodore. Scott Smith and Wayne Buckwalter. Buckwalter 73 Camaro. Going to chase Smith in the Malibu. Buckwalter breaks out by a month. Win light going to go to Scott Smith. 29 dead 0. And one wrong side for Kevin Spencer. And something. He'll just ease it out. Win light will go to Lucas Oil side. That was Mr. Block. Dylan Moyer, Dan Wally, your next pair. Wally dialed in 598 in the Disco Nova, 663 for Moyer. Wally, 3 wrong side. 003. Red dead 0. Oof. Bobby Pipp and Jana Embley. Jana dialed in 766. Bobby Pipp, Palmer, Pennsylvania, dialed 739. Round number 1 of the Krenz Automotive Gamblers Race. Down to the final 5. In our main event. 14 to a 26. Embley, nice pass. 14 dead 6. 26 dead 6 for Pipp, so that 12th thou margins carried from the starting line to the finish line. Jana Embley and Bobby Pipp. Your last pair now, you're looking at the Core Customs Hee-Haw Super B up against CJ Ketterer in the Maverick, and Core goes red. Win light going to go to Ketterer, 647 the 9 and the 650. Rob Zetterberg going to be your winner, the Advanced Street Care Monitor. Robert Reinert, 652 dial into a 603 Lucas Oil side. .32 to a 42 at the hit. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Reinert going around to 5,000 margin of victory. Now Kyle Core. Core against Jenna coming up here down in at a 653, 624 for Kyle. And the red light for Jenna, win light gonna go for Kyle Core. Griner turns it red against Andrew Bracuto. Bracuto lets her eat, runs dead zero. Mike Barbone and Kyle Gockley. Barbone, Cedar Knolls, New Jersey, the 80 Malibu. Dialed in a 665, 587 for Gockley. He's been fighting some issues. Got to see Kyle up here a little frustrated. Hopefully something they got sorted out. And then we go into Roadrunner Race Fuels, round number 7. Then we'll go back to round 1 of the Gamblers. 009 to a 49. So Kyle got it sorted out, but could not hit the tree like Barbone did. 009, and your winner, 14 thou under versus 24 thou under. If you're in the need of top quality race fuel, look no further than Roadrunner Race Fuels. They're in business of providing the best fuel option for racers like you. Whether you're participating in a professional race or hitting the track for fun, they've got you covered. Jeff Stricker, owner and fellow racer, has been our exclusive provider of VP Race Fuel for many years, and as part of JBrothers Promotions, we're delighted to have Jeff as our dedicated fuel supplier. In addition to race fuel, Roadrunner offers a wide range of Hoosier and Mickey Thompson tires for your cars. Also provide refilling and selling of nitrous bottles with Jeff's exceptional track record, supplying us with top quality products at the best prices along with his outstanding customer service. We couldn't be more pleased. He's conveniently located near a home track in Mountain, Pennsylvania. Picking up your fuel, tires, or a breeze, contact him at 717-587-1693 for fill all your tires and needs. Rest assured you won't be disappointed with Roadrunner Race Fuels. Dave Dessinger and Richard Seidel going to see who gets that first position in the semifinals. Starting line advantage for Dessinger. He was the last man doubled, and he's going to continue the semis. 16, 28 with a 5 on a 627 gets the win. 38 dead, 6 for Seidel, puts it to the side. Next up, Mike Tell, the 5th generation Camaro, dialed in a 707. 648 for Jeremy Stoker. Stoker driving the first gen ride. Stoker all over it. When light comes on for Stoker, 52 with a 7 on a 648, and Mike Tell is done. and Alan Yount will be your bye run in Roto-Rooter Race Fuels round number 7. Evan Paust and Ray Barlow coming up next. Barlow dialed in at a 6:04 to a 6:46 for Paust in the little long roof. Trips it the double one. Barlow, Paust to the finish line. Evan Paust gets the win light. Gets behind and watches his win light come on. Nice little stoppy down there, 6:48. Rory Krupp, Denny McCloskey. Finish line is going to be Rory Krupp as McCloskey turns it 7th out red. Kevin Core and Nathan Mendenhall. Kevin dialed in a 697, the 71 Demon. Core's Customs out of Myerstown, Pennsylvania against the B&M Performance Nova out of Parksburg. Advantage, Core, win light. Gonna go to Mendenhall. Gets around Core at the finish line, who may have given that one back. Chris Gagne. That was a very un-Gagne-like light. Win light is going to go to the Camaro. Jim Young. Butch Weinreich. John Aramias. And both guys turn it red, but Butch was red. That's 10 going to be your winner. 664 with a 1 on the 663. Trish Witt, Nathan Beeler. Beeler down in 7:28 to a 5:83 for Trish. And Trish going to be your winner as Beeler turns it red. 576 on the 583 at 120 miles an hour for Trish. They're still chasing a few things on that hot rod, but they'll get it. Hey, shout out to my Canadian friends, Kelly and Colleen out there watching in Ottawa. Kelly, you've been getting around lately. You were in Vancouver recently. My goodness, or BC, I think. Good to have everybody out there watching and listening. Thank you very much, Motor Mania TV. Not only the racers' friends and families, but my friends and family get to watch and listen. Identical reaction times. Marty Flegel, Tom Slignano, both 009. Finish line pops up, and it's going to be Flegel. 1 thou margin of victory. Scriff might have scrubbed off a little too much there. Colleen is probably there because Kelly's watched a little bit. Colleen's probably over there going, what's going on? And apparently something coming out of one of those hot rods. Okay, we'll take the last three of our main event. We'll take our semifinals. We'll take you to the lanes for pairing, please. Again, the Jeremy Stroker with lane choice over Alan Yount, and Dave Dissinger with the bye into the final. There we go, Tex Miller. Miller turns it red. Had a little problem his first time down. The car ran like a champ that time, 693 at 97. Winlight going to go Penske side. Joe, oh. Mopar versus Mopar. Chris Culp gets the win. Gets a beat in the arrow. Winlight going to go to the Duster. Up, Rick Lawrence. Lawrence, 5:43, 127 on the. Emily Allenbach and Rocco Ciccone Jr. Rocco 002 wrong side. Rough Friday for Rocco. He's having a good time though. 842 with a 3 on 840. Comes Mark Shaw on the fast bike. Scott Embley. Harvey Fulamy gets beat, goes too quick. Win light going to go Lucas Oil side. Paul Tim Jr. Tim jumped into Aaron's hot rod, dialed in a 6:48. .001 to .002. Side by side, first gen Camaro's win light going to go to Paul Tim Jr. 1 11th thou over his 6:48 dial in. 002, 1 thou under. Lucas Oil side took 11, needed to take 10 or less. Mark Ketterer and Matt Richeza. She's dialed in 583, 739 for Ketterer. Finish line rolling up. A win light going to go to Richeza. Ketterer got there first by 22, needed to be 6 or less at the finish line. Kyle Murray, Vince Cusimano, bumping both vehicles in. 3 thou between the two of them. Finish line comes up. Win light will go to Murray. Andy Anderson, Pete Bushnell. Gamblers, Prince Automotive Gamblers, round 1. Anderson, 007 to a 17 for Bushnell. Double breakout win light for Anderson. 7 and 5 thou under, beats the 17 and 12 thou under. You know, we had a little bit of that. Huh? So a little bit of smoke near the top end of the racetrack. Going to go down there and make sure there isn't any stuff associated with the smoke. I think the reason they made Shane track manager is he's in pretty good shape. He can run. And we are getting the all good from the top end. So Dan Casey will get ready to go once again. So the Mercury Capri versus the Mustang. Pretty sure the Capri is packing a bow tie under the hood. Right now he's 17 down. Finish line comes up, win light gonna go. Penske side, 19 dead 4. Dan Casey was 36 dead 4, but that 17th hour margin at the starting line was the 17th hour margin at the finish line. Now Mike Tell, 707 dial in for the 5th gen Camaro. Just went out in the quarters. .546 for Rick Lawrence in the Chevelle. Boy, both guys a little late letting go, but should be Lawrence, and it will be. 5:55 at 1:14 as Tell was late and late. Your bye run, Penske side, Gerard Hamlick. Gerard Hamlick got the 3rd times the charm award. And luckily, that's going to work out for him. So get ready for our Darrell Tillman Realty Group semifinals. Get ready to come at us. Our Lancaster starter and alternator semifinals. So your first pair are going to be Alan Yount, Jeremy Stoker. Stoker dialed 647, the 69 Camaro out of Elkton, Maryland. Moving up on the Lucas Oil side, Penske side, Alan Yount. Down in a 610, the Victor Gets, Dave Dissinger. The Double D Staging Controllers Monza. And the red light for Yount puts Stoker in the finals. So Jeremy Stoker will face Dave Dissinger. Dissinger here, probably going to take a good shot at it, looking at lane choice. Round 2 Gamblers doubles. If you won the first round in Gamblers and still doubled, we'll take you. Dave Dissinger going to have lane choice. We have some high roller new entries. Those will be done. High roller new entry time trials will be done after round 2 of the Gamblers. Hey, Kurt Holland, H136. You're sitting on the potential buy. Kurt Holland, Krins Automotive Gamblers. H136. Again, gamblers, doubles. If you're still doubled in the gamblers, we'll take you to the lanes immediately. The rest of you are on an extremely short standby. So again, we have called our doubles. Krins Automotive doubles, round 2 back to the lanes. We'll take everybody else. Round 2 of our Krins Automotive gamblers. Let's go. Round 2, Krins Automotive gamblers. We'll take you to the lanes right now. And again, if you're on that list for the high rollers and if you have not paid, go see the folks at the base of the tower, JBrothers Promotions. They will be awaiting you.
finally a part of the race for life. I'm finally a part of the race for life.
Lancaster Starter and Alternator Service, a top provider of high-amp alternators and high-torque starters. Their exceptional products can be found on race cars all over. When it comes to powering up those high-performance engines, their high-amp alternators deliver an electrifying burst of energy, ensuring race cars have the power they need to conquer the track. When it's time to kickstart those powerful engines, the high-torque starters ignite the racing spirit with unrivaled force. Lancaster Starter and Alternator Service is the go-to choice for race car enthusiasts. Their commitment to superior quality and performance is unmatched. By utilizing their cutting-edge alternators and starters, racers can have confidence when going to start their car. Custom rebuilding is their core business strength, offering in-house services to ensure proper fit for uncommon units. They specialize in custom rebuilding starters, alternators, and hard-to-find automotive units for various applications, including industrial lift trucks, agricultural equipment, and more. Visit their website, lancasteralternator.com, or call them at 717-333. Let's try that again. 717-399-9951 to step your alternator game up at Lancaster Starter and Alternator. Our Round 7 Roadrunner Race Fuels. Round 7 Best Losing Package, Richard Seidel. Lancaster Starter and Alternator, Round 8. Best Losing Package, Alan Yount. So again, we have just the final left. Darrell Tillman Realty Group main event. We're down to about, I think, 40 vehicles in our 40 entries in our Prince Automotive Gambler. Still looking at our I got to know, Joe, do you have a app on that counts your steps? You should have one on today, because I know Michael Beard can speak from experience. A few other people here, probably Andy and Shane, about the steps made by a promoter on race day, just up and down the steps. I've seen Joe Dedrick has been up and down the steps probably 30 times today at minimum. And I know Jake and Jed are out there running around too. And the girls are down there, they're doing work. And Trish is fine. She's just up here. And I am keeping this chair from flying away. That's my job. I'm making sure this chair does not try to go into orbit. Those of you still watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Dick's Radiator, Sachs & Sons Incorporated. Watching the Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by Sachs & Son. This is the second annual event. It's being Maple Grove Raceway.
We are the ones who mark a new beginning. We are the ones of the spoken word. We are the ones who keep the planet spinning. And yes, one day we will rule the world.
Hey folks, the high roll has race has 4 spots open. If you're interested in getting in, $250. If you win 5 rounds, $6,000 winner take all. Just got to win 5 rounds. So the high roller race, Tri-County Performance High Roller Race.
We are the grass and the flowers, the sun and the wind, unto entwined lovers. We are the ones who keep the planet spinning. And yes, one day we will rule the world. One day we're gonna rule this world. We're gonna heal its broken heart. We're gonna rule this world. We're gonna make a brand new start. We're gonna rule this world. We're gonna rule this world. One day we're gonna rule this world. We're gonna heal its broken heart. We're gonna rule this world. We're gonna make a brand new start. We're gonna rule this world.
Rich Lawrence, let's see, there's that. Bill Maturo Jr., Rich Seidel, Terry Benton, and Mike Conway. We need you to base of the tower for the high roller payout, to pay for the high roller. It's Rick Lawrence, Bill Matera Jr., Rich Seidel, Terry Benton, and Mike Conway. Here we go, folks. This is your final. Coming at you. This is the final. Of our Friday, brought to you by Darrell Tillman Realty Group. This is your final. Coming out now, Dave Dissinger and Jeremy Stoker. Dissinger, the 1975 Monza Town Coupe. 627 dial-in. Double D staging controllers. The sponsor coming up 647 for Jeremy Stoker at Elkton, Maryland. And the red light for Stoker, and he's going to be not happy when he sees Dissinger was 50. 622 with a 5 on the 627, showing how much he was holding. Win light going to go to Dave Dissinger. Congratulations, your winner, the Darrell Tillman Realty Group winner. And we'll be doing some pretty pictures here in a little bit later. Shout out Bruce Fulper out there listening on Motor Mania TV, powered by Weldon High Performance and brought to you by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons. Bruce Fulper, Scott Hazleton, Barry Anderson. Saw Joanne checked in. I know she's busy down in Southwest Ohio right now at the Ultimate 64, I do believe. Larry Dash, Barn. Here we go. Believe both these guys are still doubled. Andy Anderson. Andy in the truck. Up against Mark Schwall on the motorcycle. And starting line advantage for the bike, Schwal. And win light gonna go to Schwal, 9th margin. 25, 56 with a 0 and a 554, 570 with a 9 and a 570, and a 35 light for Anderson. Schwal will go get his other bike. Anderson will go back around with the truck, and they'll be back around near the end of this round. Next pair, Jim Young and Mike Franek. Franek dialed 621 in the dart. Advanced Tree Service Camaro of Young dialed 650. Again, Bruce Schwaltz, I really appreciate that, dude. I really do. Thank you so much. Win light going to go to Mike Franek. Marty Flegel and Matt Richeza. Tell you this again, the sea is deep and full of sharks here this weekend already. There's a couple of guys again that we have seen in finals everywhere. And yet here they go in round number 2 of the Crins Automotive Gamblers. One will continue. One will probably be headed over to the high rollers race here in a little bit. Neither one of them wants to get done here yet. Win light's gonna go to Marty Flegel. 565 with a 210 dead 2. His 12 pack beats the 12 light of Matt Richeza. Got there first by 6, broke out by 6. He would have had to have some crazy numbers work his way there. Next up, Jeremy Kleinfelter. Rob Zetterberg. Zetterberg's Monte Carlo, another advanced tree service ride. 596 dial. Kleinfelter, 674. 17 to a 4. Zetterberg, your winner. 599 with a 0 on the 96. 004. Kleinfelter had room, took 19. 2,000 too much, unfortunately for him. Nathan Mendenhall. Scott Carpenter, your next pair. Carpenter dialed 585 to the 602 for Mendenhall. Both racers very carefully edging in. Mendenhall trips that bottom bolt. And the B&M Performance Machine, 13 down early. Carpenter let her eat, 583 with an 8 on the 585. 13 red dead, 4 for Mendenhall on the 602. John Aramias, Andrew Bercudo, your next pair. Aramias dialed 663. 692 for Bercudo. All zeros on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack for reaction time. But he goes too quick. Aramias drops him off. Bercudo couldn't get rid of enough. Breaks out by 6 out, took 40, needed to be 34 or less. He'll be unhappy with himself. Nathan Mendenhall and Kyle Robb, your next pair. Robb dialed in 604 to a 622 for Mendenhall. And Kyle Robb takes a little chunk out of Mendenhall at the start line, gets the win light. 2,000 margin at the finish line. It's all right, he was already ahead as Mendenhall broke out trying to get there. Dylan Moyer back up in the 70 dart out of Cookstown, Pennsylvania. 661 on the winder. 653 for Robert Reinert. 1966 Nova out of Allentown. Moyer, too early. .663 with a 9 on the 661 at 99. Reinert, 653 with a 2 on the 53, gets the win light, continues on to round number 3 of the Crins Automotive Gamblers. Michael Block, Kyle Murray. Could be Cam, probably Kyle. Maybe they're both in there. Maybe Kyle's hiding under the passenger floor. 761 for Block in the Mustang. Sixth out early for Block. 762 with a 7 on the 61. He bows out. Murray uses it all. 637 with the 9 on the 639 and the 40 light to go to round 3. Vince Cusimano dialed in at a 664. Same numbers, different order for Evan Paus in the Vega Wagon, 646. Cusimano, the Oldsmobile, has the starting line advantage. 200s in his pocket and 400s at the finish line. He's dead zero at 101 miles an hour. Paus to no avail. Rory Krupp. Krupp coming up against the Lucas Oil Side Nova. 664 dial into a 619 for Rory. Foul between them. Wind light coming on, this time by 0.06 of a second for Rory. And Scott Smith. Wind light going to go to Kyle Core 002, 27th to 3 on a 24. Scott Smith, 35 and under, and got there first, but kind of mathematically eliminated. Soggy Dunn and CJ Ketterer. Soggy and CJ. It's going to be Soggy in the wind light. Rick Lawrence, Rick Seidel, Terry Benton, Mike Conway. We need you to the base of the tower. Rick Lawrence, Rick Seidel, Terry Benton, Mike Conway, need you to the base of the tower when you get a minute. Or anybody, we do have some spots free for the high roller. If you want to get in, come in. Joe Dedrick and Emily Allenbach That's not Joe. He's just standing there talking to me. Win light going to go to the Duster. Kessler moves on. Oh, Kessler and the Duster, 568 with a 2 on the 571. So again, we do have room. Anybody who's interested in getting in the high roller, go down to the base. $250 gets you in for a chance at $6,000 with only 5 rounds. Paul Timms Jr. and Joe Theodore. Joe Theodore in the Monza. Paul jumped into Aaron's car to have a little fun today. I think he normally rides in a Vega. It's going to be your winner here. Theodore turns it red. Mike Barbone in the Boo. And Trish Witt in the Camaro, the No-Box 660 Shootout sponsored Camaro. High roller, new entry time trial. High roller, new entry only time trial to 1 and 2. High roller, new entry time trial to 1 and 2. Win light going to go to Trish Witt. 34 dead, 7 for Trish, gets the W. Mathematically eliminates Barbones, 46 light. Jana Embley, 766 dial-in the Blazer. Again, if you are a high roller, new entry time trial, need you a 1 and 2. High roller, new entry time trial to 1 and 2. Blazer of Embley going to be your winner. 1567 with a 2 on the 766. Jane Embley moves on. 440 and 4 over. No good for the four-eyed Mustang. Too many fours. Andy Anderson. Anderson dialed 573 to the 612 for Gerard Hamlick. Hamlick twice today has won best losing package runs. Wouldn't have won one there. He was a better light, but almost 300s over. 5,000 margin of victory for Andy Anderson, your winner. Last guy still doubled is the guy in the Penske lane. It's Mark Schwall on the motorcycle, dialed 515. Kurt Holland, the 79 Camaro, he threw down a 1-pack in round 1 of the Krenz Automotive Gamblers. And he is looking to make us all single at this point. And Holland, another trip zip for Holland. Win light will go to Holland. 24 red, dead, 2 for Schwall. Wow. So again, if there's any new entry time trials for our high roller race, we need you to lanes 1 and 2 at this point in time. I know there's a few of you got here late. We were waiting on some folks to pay. I know we were looking for Terry Benton, Mike Conway, Rick Seidel, and Rick Lorenz. We need you to the base of the tower. If there's somebody else that wants to get in, we have a little room. We need you to the base of the tower. 250 gets you in for the chance. 5 rounds can win $6,000. 6,000 winner take all. That's why it's a high roller. Hey, folks, the buy run, if there is one, the wait and see buy, will once again be Kurt Holland. Now, he didn't get it on a carryover. He got it because he didn't get his buy, but on his final run there, he was trip zip again. Folks, we are in round So that completed round 2. We'll now get ready to go into hey, if you won round number 2, again, we are no longer waiting on doubles in the Krins Automotive Gamblers. We'll take you back to 5 and 6, and you're in round robin mode. As long as you win, go back to the lanes. As long as you win, go back to the lanes. We are currently in round robin mode. The Fat Bird has returned. Once again, if you won round 2 of the Gamblers, Krins Automotive Gamblers will take you back to the lanes, please. Lanes 5 and 6, you're in round robin mode. As long as you win, you'll keep going back to the lanes. Falper, I won't tell. Krins Automotive Gamblers, round 3. You should be in the lanes and ready to go. Krins Automotive Gamblers, round 3. You should be in the lanes, ready to go. And Kurt Holland again sitting on the bye. Well, folks, those of you in the lanes, get ready to go. If you should be in the lanes for round 3 of our Krins Automotive Gamblers race, I'd suggest you get there. Gamblers round 3, getting ready to come past the point, around the corner and into the burn box. Krins Automotive Gamblers race, round number 3, coming at you. Again, those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, powered by Weldon High Performance, brought to you by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons Incorporated. Again, the Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, our main event winner. Stoker, but we got a couple more races to complete. We got this Gamblers here that we are in round 3 of, down to 19. And then we have our high roller Gamblers coming up in a little bit. Marty Flegel and Kyle Core. Core dialed in at a 623 in the beautiful 68 Dart. Going to be chased by Marty, 565. Effort of Pennsylvania, 67 Nova, the Marty's Garage ride. Fourth out between them, great drag race. Flegel, Core, finish line comes up, it's going to be Marty Flegel. 23 dead 9 gets the win like Kyle Core. Goes 3,000 too quick, took 8, needed to take 5 or less. Scott Carpenter, Robert Reinert. Reinert dialed in at a 653, 583 for Carpenter in the 3rd gen Camaro. Carpenter trying to make something happen, ain't gonna. Robert Reiner, your winner. Carpenter a little late leaving, and then the car is doing kind of a C shape to travel. A little out to the right, then a little bit back unsuccessfully. And Kyle Robb. Seven, 64 with a 9 on the 663. 76 gets it done. Kyle Murray, 640 dial in. Soggy done, dialed 623. $12,000, the difference, advantage, Soggy. Win light, Soggy done. 20 and 4,000 under the 623, gets the W. 638 with a 7 on the 640, no good for Eremias, and a 32 light. Schwal and Paul Tim Jr. Mountain, Pennsylvania, the 649 dial in for Tim. 555. High rollers, a standby call. High roller, got you on a short standby call. Win light there, going to go to Paul Tim Jr. Mike Franek, Vince Cusimino. And Franek has the starting line advantage. 004. 22 with a 6 on a 621. Mike Franek, your winner. Folks, we have potential weather coming. We'd like to get the high roller race started, so if you're in the high roller race, we're going to take you to 1 and 2. High rollers to 1 and 2. Rob Zetterberg. Mr. Kessler. 7th out between them. Kessler in the duster has the ever so slight advantage, but the double breakout win going to go to Ron Zetterberg. So again, we need our high roller gamblers to 1 and 2. High roller gamblers to 1 and 2. Rory Krupp, Trish Witt. High roller gamblers will take you to 1 and 2. Fourth thou between Krupp and Witt. Witt goes too quick. 6 thou under. She had a thou to play with. Krupp gets the win light. 15 dead 5. 20 pack. Takes the W over Trish Witt. She would have basically been dead 0 to get that W. Great race right there. Jana Embley, Andy Anderson. Anderson out of York, Pennsylvania, dialed 572-7. 766 for Jana. Andy. Finish line comes up, gets the W. 0003. Margin of victory for Andy Anderson. 14,575 with a 7 on the 572, gets the W. 768 with a 0 on the 766 and a 31 light. Embley bows out for Team EFR. And your buy run, Kurt Holland. Dialed 607 again. High roller gamblers, we need you to 1 and 2 at this time. High roller gamblers to 1 and 2 at this time, please. So again, I know there's some folks that are in both races at this point in time. If you're in the high roller gambler, right now, we need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. High roller gambler to 1 and 2. That's the Tri-County Performance High Roller Gambler. We'll take you to 1 and 2, please. By the way, when we do get back to the Krins Automotive, gamblers, Mike Franick will be sitting on the potential buy.
Rent a car you can't afford. Put on a song that we both know. Let your hair out in the wind. Put the pedal to the floor. Flame your light, take a smoke. Put your broken rib off. Wafers on. Doesn't matter if the sun goes down. We'll still be up, still be up. Don't care about the place.
Once again, if you're in the high roller race, we need you to lanes 1 and 2 immediately, please. I know some of you are in both currently, but we would like to run round 1 of the high rollers race next. So high rollers, round 1, we'll take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Tri-County Performance High Rollers, we'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Those of you that are still in the Krins Automotive Gamblers race, and only in that race, you guys can go to lanes 5 and 6 if you're waiting on this one to go.
We can pretend the time is still. Stay in the daydream, chase the thrill. Make up the way as we go. Live for the moment, lose control. Rent a car you can't afford. Put us on that we both know. Let your hair out in the wind. Put the pedal to the
Again, if you're in that race, we're just a few cars haven't made it back yet. If you're in the Tri-County Performance High Rollers, get ready and get in the vehicles. We're loading you up now. Once again, the Tri-County Performance High Rollers need you in the lanes because you're coming out now.
we will still be high with the lights on.
Fading slowly into the silent night, an endless fall, like cuts from 1,000 knives. I hear you call, but I'm still stumbling in the dark, a silent howl as I dissolve into your arms. I waited now, seduced by a sweet mirage. We could leave or we could stay, steady, stay wide awake. I can't do this anymore, it's hurting like it never has been.
Once again, if you're in the Tri-County Performance High Rollers, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. Or better be getting there because here comes first pair. Nathan Beeler. Beeler dialed in, he's 728.
The scar you left is like an open wound. I'm down and low.
He's up against Marty Flegel, dialing 565.
I hear you call, but I'm still falling deep in love. I'm washed away and carried to your sweet embrace. I wait.
Again, folks, if you're in the Krins Automotive Gambler and you need to be running in the high roller, you need to be in the lanes. As the high roller is running round one now. Run one, it's going to be Marty Flegel getting the win over Beeler. 14 dead, 2. Again, we are running round number 1 of the Tri-County Performance High Roller. I know some folks are in both, but right now this is the one you need to be in. So if you have not yet made your way back to the lanes, I would, because this is the second pair. Marty Flegel just got the win. Dave Dissinger. Dissinger dialed in a 627. Tim Allenbach dialed 550. Dissinger already with 1 win today. Right now, he's 5 down the hole against Allenbach. Gets down there, and Allenbach breaks out by 2 thou. Took 19, he'd take 17 or less. Win like Dave Dissinger. Here's another car that's been making a ton of laps today. Gerard Hamlick, dialed in 614. Penske side of the racetrack. Coming up against Dan Casey, dialed in 597. Hamlick hasn't got a ton of money per se today. He has made a lot of great passes and just had people not care in the lane next to him. He's already gotten 2 best losing packages. He'd really appreciate if y'all would stop beating him up. Of course, he pulls up in round 1 of the Tri-County Performance High Rollers against Dan Casey. They got something for Casey. 9 to a 25. Finish line comes up, and it's going to be Hamlick. 3 thou margin of victory. Casey was 25 dead 9 and 3 thou behind. 009, 616 with the 2 on the 14 for Hamlick. Great pass by Hamlick. Denny McCloskey. Tanner Kutseris, your next pair. Tanner out in 587 to a 660 for McCloskey. Tri-County Performance in Chrome. High Roller Gamblers, round 1. Kutseris going to have to make some magic happen. He might have to chase him down to the cat litter box to get him, and he ain't gonna. McCloskey will be your winner. 661, 98 miles an hour. Kutseris breaks out and is still behind by 32 thou. Jeremy Kleinfelter. Mike Barbone, your next pair. Barbone in the Malibu. Kleinfelter in the truck, dialed 673. Same numbers, different order in the reaction time. 25 to a 52. Kleinfelter goes to round 2. Kyle Robb. Rob dialed in 602, 682 for the newer Nova here on the Penske side. Five thou between them. Kyle, ever so slight advantage. Takes that to the win. 5 thou at the start line, 4 thou at the finish line. 43 dead 8. Beats the 48 dead 7. Matt Richeza, 583 dial in, 553 for the no-box 660 Shootout Chevelle. I believe Jimmy Stack riding that. And the finish line's going to come up. Wind light's going to pop on for Richeza. 9 thou under his 583 to 20 thou under for Stack. Scott Dreyer and Sage Embley. Another member of the Krins Automotive team, the blue car. The Chevette Dreyer dialed in 576. And he's going to be your winner. Embley turns it red. Dreyer will be your winner. Mark Schwall on the bike. 514 dial in. Fastest vehicle on the property so far. .664 dial in, Lucas Oilside. And the red light for the Mustang. Mark Schwall, 21 dead, 1 on the bike. That thing's nasty. Rick Bell. That's not Rick Bell. Hollenbach Racing. 638 dial into the 663. John Aramias. Aramias 4th hour early. Hollenbach will be your winner. 638 on to 638, little 18 pack action. Paul Werner. And the young man they call the Tick, Nathan Mendenhall. Nine-thou advantage. Mendenhall trying to chase down Werner. Gets it done. 619 with a 3 on the 617 for Mendenhall. Werner 4 over the 720 dial in. Now Mike Franek, who, by the way, on his Franek is sitting on the potential buy in the Krins Automotive Gamblers, but right now in the Tri-County Performance Gamblers, dialed 621. I think Kyle Murray's still in too. Dialed in 639. New Hampshire versus New Jersey. It's all new to me. And finish line comes up. Franek was very, very, very late and just flat disappeared down there on Murray. Oh my, that was a stop job. Murray just got dropped on his noggin on that one. Kevin Mendenhall, soggy done. .007 to not a .007. Somebody forgot to tell Soggy it was time to go, and he is out. Win light going to go to Kevin Mendenhall. 610 with a 0 on the 607 and a 7 light. Mendenhall was dead 2. Soggy was dead 2 and way behind. Shane Swigert and Kurt Holland. Holland out in 605, 575 for Swigert. Oh, man, he ain't gonna hear the end of that. When light is going to go. Lucas Oil side to Kurt Holland. Nick Bauman. Bauman dialed in a 674 against Trish Witt, dialed in 578. Double 01 to a 16 advantage. Bauman, win light Bauman. 7th out margin of victory. Trish was 16 and 13th out over and 7th out behind the 1 and 76 of the 1 on the 74 for Nick Bauman. So we need our Krins Automotive Gamblers back in the lanes. Krins Automotive Gamblers. And again, I know a bunch of you are doing both. If you just got done running in the Tri-County Performance Gamblers, we'll take you back around for the Krins Automotive Gamblers round. What'd that be? Round 4. Down to 10. The high roller race tonight being brought to you by Tri-County Performance and Chrome. Tri-County Performance and Chrome's got it all, from race car performance parts to chrome accessories for big rigs and everything in between. They're your ultimate automotive destination. Need performance parts to make your race car to the next level? Look no further. Tri-County Performance and Chrome offers a wide selection of high-quality performance parts that'll fuel your need for speed. From engines to suspension, they got you covered. Get ready to leave your competition in the dust. In addition to race car parts, they also provide comprehensive range of parts for regular cars. Whether you're looking to enhance your daily driver's performance or replace worn-out components, Tri-County Performance and Chrome's got the solutions you need. Get back on the road with confidence. But wait, there's more. They also are your go-to source for chrome accessories for big rigs. Elevate the appearance of your truck with their impressive selection of shiny chrome add-ons, from grills to exhaust stacks and everything in between. Tri-County Performance and Chrome will make your rig stand out in the crowd. Call 610-323-1900 to connect with Randy Brown, the knowledgeable owner of Tri-County Performance and Chrome. His expertise and passion for the automotive excellence ensure that you'll receive top-notch service and guidance for all your automotive needs. Located in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Tri-County Performance and Chrome's your local automotive haven. Visit their store and experience their extensive inventory, friendly staff, and a commitment to customer satisfaction that is second to none. Oh yeah, that's a good thing. Jeff Smith out there on Motor Mania, my buddy, my fellow Summit Motorsports Park employee, as well as being a former neighbor to Michael Beard. Happy birthday, Jeff Smith. Again, out there watching on Motor Mania TV, powered by Weldon High Performance and brought to you by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons Incorporated. Again, happy birthday, Jeff Smith. Have a good one, buddy. Hope you're having fun. Glad you're out there watching. Almost like a part of a security blanket to have Jeff out there watching us on a regular basis. Again, we do need our Krins Automotive Gamblers for round 4 back there. If you were running... By the way, if you won the Tri-County Performance round number 1, the Tri-County Performance High Rollers round 1, we'll take you back to the lanes. I know Some of you are going right now. The next thing we are running is round number 4 of our Krins Automotive. Next thing we're running is Krins Automotive round number 4. So that's next. If you're not in that race, but you're still in the Tri-County Performance Race, we'll take you right now to lanes 1 and 2. Nick Bauman, we did end up with, you'll be sitting on the potential bye in round number 2 of the Tri-County Performance High Roller Race. I know we're still waiting on a couple folks to get back for the Krins Automotive Gamblers. We are waiting on 2 vehicles. Hey, Mike Franek, you're the last guy. We are getting ready to pull out Krins Automotive, round number 4. So the guys are getting in their cars and getting loaded up. So again, sitting on the bye run on the high roller side will be 1X95, Nick Bauman. So here we go. Paul Tim. Tim dialed in at a 6:49, 6:53 for Robert Reinert. $13,000 difference. Tim with the advantage. Win light going to go to Robert Reinert. Gets behind, gets the win light. Paul Tim Jr., 36,000 under. Robert Reinert, 23,000 under. Next up, Marty Flegel and Soggy Dunn. Wasting no time, kids. Soggy, a little bit better in his last light, but still not Soggy-like. That just sounds weird. Win light going to go to Marty Flegel, 13 dead, 1. He is, yeah, Marty's Marty's rough, man. Again, one of the best bottom bulbers out there. Next pair up, Kurt Holland, another guy that's been on absolutely a ridiculous streak at the Christmas tree. Dialed in 6:05 against Rory Krupp, dialed 6:18. I miss Rory spraying nitrous every time he comes up. Well, Holland has 18,000 in his pocket. Rory got to try to make some magic happen. Doesn't do it. Win light will go to Kurt Holland, 17,000 at the finish line, 18,000 at the starting line. Kurt Holland down to the round of 5 in the Krins Automotive Gamblers. Rob Zetterberg, Lucas Oil Sound, dial in 599. John Aramias dialed in a 661 in the pickup truck. Aramias got 10,000 in the bank, and the win light goes there too. 9 dead to 11 pack. Aramias gets the win. Andy Anderson, Mike Franek. Franek turns it red. Andy will be your winner. 574 with a 9 on the 572. Now we need all those racers that were in both to come back around for our Tri-County Performance Race. And if you won that round of our Krins Automotive Gamblers, we'll take you back to 5 and 6. Again, round robin mode for everybody. I know Franek just ran. He'll probably be a few minutes to get back, but hopefully we can get this pretty good. So again, we'll take our racers all back to the lanes. Our Tri-County Performance Round 2 will be coming out next.
I went by your house, what a big mistake. But for a while I thought that I wouldn't break. I need something else to clear my head. Someone to tell me how to live instead. Just open your eyes and take my advice. Stop rolling the dice and just compromise. It's the chance of your life. Try to be brave. You have so much to say. Take control of your own life. Right now, every mistake makes you feel like a fake. Take control of your own life. Without any thought, I keep moving on. I don't even care if my soul is gone. So many words that I should have said. Not concerned about how to live instead. Just open your eyes and take my advice. Stop rolling the dice and just compromise. It's the chance of your life. Okay, try to be brave. You have so much to say. Take control of your own life. Right now, every mistake makes you feel like a fake. Take control of your own life. Nothing in life is good. Tired and misunderstood. I would fight if I could.
Scott Dreyer, Dave Dissinger.
You have so much to say. Take control of your own life.
And start line advantage for Dissinger. Trying to hold off Dreyer at the top end. The little rocket ship goes too quick. Dissinger took everything at the finish line. Dreyer will be your winner. 43 1/10 over. No good. Oof. Gerard Hamlick, Denny McCloskey, your next pair. McCloskey dialed in at a 660, 616 on the Penske side for Hamlick. Eight to a 19. Hamlick to the finish line. Double breakout win light. Gonna go to McCloskey. Hamlick under by 300ths. McCloskey under by 100th and a half. Gets the win light. And we are going to hold up for a second. We do have some precipitation. Racers, let's take them back to the pits, please. Racers, back to the pits, please. Racers, let's take them back to the pits. So, folks, here's what's going on. We, in spite of a Herculean effort by our racers and the crew, we were doing a lot of racing today. Got a 9-round main event in. We got 4 of the 7 rounds necessary to finish our gamblers, and it started round 2 of our high roller gamblers when Mother Nature intervened. And folks, it's good enough, it's raining good enough where we are going to be calling it a day. So here's the results as of right now. The Tri-County Performance High Rollers racers, we are going to continue that race tomorrow right where we left off in round 2. We will put a pin on some point in the day. Once we get tomorrow started and organized, we'll let you know exactly where that race is going to fit in. But, I mean, if we're going to pick up at that point, we had a couple pairs go down before it started raining. We have 3 pairs paired that were past the ready line. And we had Nick Bauman sitting on the potential buy for that. That race will happen and get continued and finished tomorrow night. As far as our Krins Automotive Gamblers, that is a wrap. We were down to 5 vehicles left. Had 2 quarters left. We had 2 quarters that were going to get money. We had 1 semi, 1 runner-up, and the winner. Total money there was $29.50. That means those 5 racers are going to get $590 apiece. Cash, money. And it'll be at the base of the tower ready for you to pick up. So we will have those names down there, those 5 racers that were left in the quarterfinals of the Krins Automotive Gamblers race. You have $590 apiece coming. Also, we are still, once it stops raining, we are still doing the Allenbach Racing Tug-of-War. If you haven't signed up your 3-person team, you need to head to the bottom of the tower and get signed up. As soon as it stops raining, and it's supposed to last probably about an hour or so, as soon as it stops raining and we can get stuff together, we will definitely be calling you down to the end of the quarter mile for the Tug-of-War. So tomorrow morning, our gates will be opening at 7 a.m. Tech will open at 7:30. New combo time trials at 9 a.m. I know a lot of folks are coming tomorrow. We had a spectacular day today, great racing today, and we're looking to get even more racing in tomorrow. Tomorrow being the B&M Performance Saturday, $10,000 to win main event. But as for today, the Darrell Tillman Realty Group Friday, we are done for the day. And again, thank you folks who are out there watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons, and brought to you, powered by Weldon High Performance. We're going to let Tony get out of here and try to stay as dry as he can. So that is going to do it for us. And again, those of you that are still on property, if you want to hang out, have a good time. And again, it will happen tonight. We will have the Allenbach Racing Tug-of-War down at the quarter mile. It's going to happen tonight. Free entry. Pick your 3 people. $300. Winner take all. Team Yount won last year. Hey, Denny, because we want your car to stay dry and you to stay dry, and, well, we want to stay dry. So we were going to do the tomorrow night, Denny, with Dave Dessinger, Denny. Oofta. I'm thinking Denny McCloskey. Yeah, Dave, Denny, we mix them. Dave Dessinger, your winner today. We are going to do your winner's circle tomorrow. Going to do your winner's circle tomorrow. Don't think this is probably the only weather we're looking at this weekend. So we're going to do yours tomorrow. Those of you, again, watching on Motor Mania, thanks very much for watching us. I know Tony will take you offline as soon as he can get back and take you off weather hold. And we will see you guys tomorrow. And I'm going to stay close to the PA because, again, I know once it stops raining, we're going to round everybody up for our tug of war.